It's worked on my phone. Right, sounds good. There's no audio weirdness that I can hear. Oh yeah, sorry, 1 sec. Be about 5 seconds. Refresh that. There we go, now it's got the chat thing and all that done. Will Holden Harrison, good day, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Yeah, today, Low Force, that's the one. I've done Sunken, got that complete, so yeah, I'll head over to Sojourn. I'll just read it quickly. As a result of mistakes made during gas extraction, a large section of natural gas caverns below the region have explosively collapsed, resulting in the formation of massive sinkholes across the land. You have to assess the risk of repeat gas detonations by scouting all the collapsed parts of the region. To be honest, it doesn't really matter which scout you start with. I'll start with that one again, but one of the first things you do is drive to the base anyway. And then obviously you can just access whatever vehicle you want. Brillinia, good evening, how's it going? Have you looked into streaming your PS4 through your PC? Google says it can be done. Beats rebuying SnowRunner. That's a good point actually. I'll yeah, cheers for letting us know. I'll look into it. To be honest, I've already bought SnowRunner, but I haven't bought the DLC, because when I clicked on it the other week, it's kind of saved in my cart in Steam, but it was on offer, and now it's not on offer at the minute. So yeah, I'll look into it. I don't know if I'll be able to, or if like I have the computer talents to be able to, but still, cheers for letting us know. Like, I'll definitely check it out, and yeah, with a bit of luck, it might be possible. Rebel, morning mate, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. And Zatanna, I'm at the final map for this. What, you're at, is it Colonel or something? Yeah, you've flown through that. Have to wait till they release the DLC. Right, I'm heading this way. That's one nice thing. I was considering, like, I could start a different map like Deluge or that Sandswept, but I know what I'm doing on this map now, up to where I am on my normal playthrough. If I started Deluge or something, I'd kind of be tiptoeing in the blind, not really knowing what I'm doing, possibly taking ages, and I think averaged out, it'll just, I won't get as much done per live stream, whereas at least for this one I can hammer it a little bit. Yeah, that's what she said. Right, set this up. I wonder if she says about falling orchards, because there is that achievement where you knock a load of orange trees over. Again, I personally, like, I'd probably leave it until you're near the end of the map, because, yeah, I've kind of killed just about every tree over there. And the map's looking pretty bare these days. Whilst that's ticking along, visit the nearby farm. What do I have to do when I'm there? I know it unlocks road building thing. So if that's the case, I may as well take the goddamn professional, since I'll be recalling some vehicles. Yeah, Colonel, yeah, that's definitely smashed through that. Boink Dusty, Hero, Miss Lone Wolf, and chat. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in. Oklahoma Hellcat, hello, 6. Rebel, nice colour blue. Robin Egg blue. Oh shit. Oh yeah, me vehicles. Yeah, on this playthrough, it is actually quite a nice colour. I've left it that for a while. Well, that didn't go well. That's what happens when you're not looking where you're going. That bucket is on the list. Might be first to get scrapped in later. Alright, what's the load? See again, like going along here, the load takes say 5 or 10 seconds to get going. I just prefer that once you're going, you've got plenty of torque. See if it does go faster down here. Maybe a little bit, not really. It definitely seems to go slower though, the opposite, and when you hit the bridge. It seems to be like a hard cap on this bridge. A lot of the scouts seem to go slower on that as well, considering they tend to get quite rapid once they're going. Save yourself, wave emoji. Yeah, it's all these, I knocked all those orange trees down, bloody loads of them. Like I said, it took me about an hour. Well, I'll say this, I was looking into the level 20 vehicle and did find that if you don't want to take, say, steel beams or concrete all the way back, to your base, level 20 truck is sort of useful. Yeah, I've heard rumours about how it all works and that. I'm hoping to have it unlocked at some point. I mean, again, and there's going to be future DLC and whatnot, but I'm kind of going to be 3/4 of the way through this game. Ah, shit. May as well turn around, that bloody fence is shut. Yeah, I'm going to be like 3/4 through the game by the time I've even unlocked that. Probably more, to be honest. I mean, what's this? This is the 5th map. That loaf knocks them down pretty easily. With a Hummer, it kind of stops you dead for a second or two. Yeah, it's sort of, I suppose at least once you are level 20 and all the rest of it, you could theoretically go back to maps and reset the map and kind of play it a different way with all the latest vehicles unlocked. But still, I was hoping for some of those trucks sooner rather than later. Rebel, got 4 goals for YouTube, 5 away from the first goal. You are getting there, aren't you? Will, with the storage. Yeah, it'll be in once I can get it. I don't doubt I'll be using it quite a bit here and there. If it cuts out, yeah, little things like having to go to your storage place to get it and so on, then it'll work out pretty nicely. Oh yeah, I get to do that mission again where, see if I could balance along that pipe. Someone said, and I think they're right, you could probably drive over that slab there, then drive over that pipe that's kind of leaning over, get to the next island when I go to rescue that generator. I'm probably going to try the bowhead balancing along that pipe because I'm kind of curious if it'll work or not, but we'll find what some way. Yeah, when I did this last time, because I brought the loaf here, I just already decided, oh, I'll take the loaf to grab the generator because it's got a winch. So beyond that, I didn't really plan or think about the mission too much. I just already had the stuff I needed. Fuel tanks, we'll do that next. And the crane, yeah, we'll do that later. Solid, I suppose I may as well go from this end since I'm nearer to the square. Yeah, I've got rusty stuff at the minute. I've got 330, nearly 334 grand. What I did earlier, yeah, let's get the bowhead. I went on to Sunken and I'd completed the map last week on the live stream, but I did things like, I tried still to fix that route a bit to that Levenken Castle or whatever it's called. Yeah, that tall hill going the back way into the castle is just like, the AI won't even drive up there. Even I had a Land Rover behind it pushing it and it was still almost getting stuck. Only just by the skin of my teeth managed to push the truck up there. But I got all the other missions done, like the oil station to Montyville and all that sort of stuff. So I cashed all the money, and XP was the main thing I was after, really. And then, yeah, got like the last 2 barrels, just sort of tidied up the map and got everything done. So tonight I could just jump straight onto this map. And, like I say, I've sort of cashed in all the XP and everything, so I should theoretically unlock everything kind of about the same time that I did on my normal playthrough. I was going to say, I did tell it to move, taking its sweet time. Oh yeah, just quickly check the paver actually starts laying paving. And then after that, I could go and get that generator. I'm going to have to bring a mule at some point pretty soon. Something's making a weird noise. Yeah, don't know why it's doing right. They are ticking along. Let's go and see what we can get away with over here. Shit, I don't want to get in there, wait. Oh, hang on. Oh, so it has run out of sand. Why didn't it do that for me last time? There's no sand there. I may as well... Shit. Road planning request if I can. Cancel. Oh, well, they're all going to end up that side. Oh, well. So we'll tits up on this one. Where's the quarries? Oh, and I don't even have enough to activate that anyway. Plan B. Missing fuel tanks. Yeah, that's 5 fuel. Fair enough, we're going to do that. I assume it's because I didn't have that sand quarry activated. I've got to be honest, I didn't think I had it activated this early on in my normal playthrough. Not to worry, at least we know now. Oh yeah, I've got 2 of these. Big Dazza, hey Lone Wolf, how's it going, dude? I'll just get on a bit of a road before I try and read some more. Will, to be honest, I did this too. I realised, oh, the gate don't move. Yeah, I still keep doing it now. At some point, I've been meaning to. You know, like where the road sort of just ends at like a bit of a lake. Building a road kind of at a bit of a T-junction, joining up with the road I'm sort of in the middle of building now. Yeah, it just feels natural to drive that way. Obviously, at least soon, once I do this, in fact, I could do the generator quickly while I'm over here as well. Oh no, I'll leave that actually, because I'll send that bowhead in. But yeah, oh fuck, I think I've done it again, almost. Yeah, you just naturally want to drive that way. At least they didn't leave the generator mission until like 80% through this map. God, we really do need a mod of this. Or I just think, yeah, they need to boost it. A bit more grip on the wheels, I think, in general, would help this thing. And a little bit more engine power. I wouldn't mind so much if this was like the stats of the Rusty version, but the fact that this is brand new and you have no other option to upgrade beyond that, I think they should make it a little bit juicier. See what I mean? It takes about 4 seconds just to get in gear. Rebel, I'm getting there with your help. Yeah, no man, you're cranking out the old videos. That's just what you got to keep doing, really. Stick at it and yeah. That's all you can do, really. It's the same as like when I started, it was Call of Duty for quite a while. Oh shit. Oh, I thought she said filthy conscience. She said guilty conscience. Not that I needed it. These fuel tanks are mine. Should be able to reach this one. Yeah, I was gonna say, the game's just gonna troll me this time. Big Duzzer, hey bud, just finished Sunken, onto the other one now. Interconnected or whatever it's called. Yeah, what's it, Incommunicado. Bit of a random name. Bit of a, like, title space hogger on YouTube as well. Type Incommunicado, there's about half your title room gone. That's strapped. Oh yeah, that's fair enough. Tried to pack the crane. To be honest, in SnowRunner it would pack the crane, glitch it through the fuel tank. and then all manner of crazy things could happen. You won't want to see this driving at you. So this is what I don't get as well. Like, I know this has fuel tanks on it, but I parked an entire mobile sand quarry on it the other week, and it moved quicker with that on it than these tanks. I'm not sure how it comes to the conclusion to go this slow. It's the 14 million gear gearbox. Once we get up to about 13.5 millionth gear, it starts moving. Thankfully there's not too far to go on this one. Will. Oh no, sorry, I've jumped along a bit. Derek Llewellyn, hey Mr. Lone Wolf, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Big Dazza, what's that map like, Lone Wolf? Incommunicado, I quite liked it, to be honest. Overall, pretty balanced, pretty sort of traditional, nearer to SnowRunner, versus say this is like, which I think it's a cool concept they've added, but this is like a lot of sand, bit more deserty style. Incommunicado, yeah, it's more mud, forests, but yeah, overall I think they got it fairly well balanced. It's certainly easier than Sunken. Yeah, I don't know really, no, like that's what I'd sort of say, they just got it pretty well balanced. There is roads you can travel around, you got to obviously build some bridges and patch some roads up and whatnot, but even with early game vehicles and all the rest of it, you can still get around, but then, particularly in this game, that you can actually build roads wherever the hell you want. You've got the options kind of cut through swamps and shorten routes and all the rest of it. It's got toy trucks on there, so you can cash them in. There's 5 of them scattered around the map, worth 10 grand each, so boost your money up a little bit as well. Yeah, sort of gets into the deeper mechanics of the game, really, although if you've already done Sunken, then I assume you've already got all that sort of stuff, but like, yeah, the construction zone where you can sell scrap and, well, you can even sell, yeah, the steel pipes, concrete slabs and all that, which is pretty cool. So this is why I just edit these bits of the journey out when I've got a mule. See, again though, the rear wheel is definitely, sorry, I probably mentioned it a bit late, it's definitely spinning a lot quicker than I'm moving. I think that is bleeding a lot of the power. Them into the garden next door. Yeah, I'm gonna have to let me get out of crane mode for the stupid straps. Well, they're actually pretty cool straps, I've got to be honest, but it's a pain now. It's like the only thing you can't access whilst you're in the crane menu. Right, do I go up to level... What did I do last time then? Because this is the point where I went to level 12. Whereas according to this, maybe it's incommunicado, there might be something that's like I've not quite completed, like an AI mission or something. What have we got though? Help the farm, yep. Activate the crane. I could go and do that one quickly. Yeah, because I actually want to try the... see if it's possible to just jump down the cliff and go and get that generator instead of having to drive all through the sort of half-built building. See how well it goes. If not, I'll have to recover and drive back. But again, I sort of know what I'm doing and what route I'll take through the building, so we've got to know these things. Yeah, Will, to be honest, I do like how this game feels more alive. As you and Kelly, SnowRunner kind of felt like a ghost town. Yeah, I do agree. Like I say, some people don't like Kelly. I don't mind at all. Like, one, she's explaining missions and that, so it doesn't really bother me. I can definitely jump down there. But it'll nosedive and roll on its roof if I just straight up jump. See, it nearly thought about doing a roly-poly then. Yeah, I don't mind Kelly at all. I think she's alright, sort of slightly patronising and all the rest of it. And then the AI routes as well, so you've got like trucks and stuff moving around the maps. Yeah, I do definitely agree. It's like the map feels a hell of a lot more alive and everything than SnowRunner does. That does feel a bit like a ghost town. So I'll just actually activate. For some reason, does anyone else just never remember to actually activate the missions until the last minute? I do it all the time. Yeah, well, it appears you are able to scoot around the cheeky way. It's such a weird, like, thing, though. They did it on, was it Precipice or whatever? Oh, shit. We had to go up that building and get a generator, and there's like a giant yellow crane nearby. Like, in real life, you wouldn't realistically hope someone drags your generator out of a building with a Hummer. Right, well, that's there. I'm gonna have to get the mule anyway. Derek Wallen, it's going pretty good. How are you? Yeah, I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. Yeah, still ticking along. Big Dazza, cool, sounds good. I'll get on that tomorrow. Yeah, overall, I think you're liking Communicado. To be fair, I still did quite like Sunken, even though it was definitely a step up. And there is some trollish bits on it and all the rest of it, but in its own right, it was still not a bad map. To be fair, I actually like this one as well. I like the, I was going to say, I did do Handbrake quite a while ago, mule. I like the sandy kind of, oh shit, I'm going to take the Hummer with me. Yeah, like the sandy effect in this particular case. It's nice that it's sunny pretty much all the time. The worst you get on here really is it's like evening and the sun's setting. Yeah, something I always wanted to see appear in SnowRunner was sand. I think some of us suggested maps like Australia, they could do it and all sorts, so it's cool they've added it. It certainly makes sense in a game like this. Like, there is a lot of things. I still do prefer SnowRunner overall. But you can definitely see some improvements, like, I mean, visually and graphics-wise, I think... No, lower the crane. I don't know why it's going all ghosted and weird. Yeah, graphics-wise is definitely a step ahead, which is fair enough, because it's like a 5-year newer game or whatever.
Alright, you got the crane going.
Fucking buttons.
Congratulations. Now, get it going really fast in
What
one
else
of those
was there?
metal parts. We need them at the river lock post haste. Once you pull them all out, drive straight to the river, no detours.
Until she's finished
Not
talking.
even for a burger. A really tasty one. I haven't had lunch yet. Anywho, I believe in you.
Yeah, like graphics-wise, they've done better. I think having multiple garages is pretty handy. I like the inclusion of tracked vehicles, certainly in a game like this. Just, or SnowRunner, like off-roading game kind of genre in general. Yeah, tracked vehicles make a lot more sense. In this game, they averaged out are a little on the slow side. It's like that epic truck I got, like, that's got the cargo sideboard thing. And then you also get a crane. It's fine, but I've not really used it in a mission yet. It doesn't really gain anything speed-wise over the mule. Maybe on certain terrains, I'll admit. I'm sure, like, having tracks, it could rally over certain bits a bit quicker, but yeah, I was hoping for a bit more speed. But, like I say, in general, the tracked vehicles are just slower than vehicles with wheels in this game. Yeah, I think with SnowRunner, it's certainly even making videos on SnowRunner. I could sort of do SnowRunner endlessly because, well, assuming they add more missions and all the rest of it. Because SnowRunner, it sounds like it could potentially be more boring as a concept. Like, for the absolute vast majority of the time, you're just taking cargo from A to B, versus in this game, you're building roads and all sorts. So you could certainly make the argument this game has more variety. But with SnowRunner, because it's sort of just kept pretty simple in the concept to, like, you're taking stuff from A to B, every map and whatever, whether you're building like the paper mill or whatever you're doing, is basically just delivering something from A to B most of the time. But then making a video on it becomes sort of easy, as in, if there's a particular mission, you like, and I make a video on it, you might look and think, oh, how did Mr. Lone Wolf, what vehicles did he take, what route did he take? Obviously the loaf's going to be thrown in there for good measure. But yeah, so you can sort of like, you sort of tailor making like how you're going to travel from A to B on SnowRunner. And like, again, like which vehicle factors in for like fuel usage, or you might factor in your route that goes past fuel stations and all that sort of stuff. And I'm not saying like it means this game is more boring or anything like in that sense, but for example, if I've got a mission to build a road in this game, it's everyone's going to build the same road. Obviously, you can now go off script and build roads everywhere, but no one's going to specifically need to look for like a random road you build. So as far as like all the missions and stuff, yeah, there's actual missions in this game. Even though there is more variety, it sort of turns out like there isn't more variety, as in like we're all going to use, probably at the minute, the loaf, say, to recall vehicles to like that square when you bring 4 vehicles to build a road. Whether you build the road manually or do it with AI, you're going to click buttons and build the road down the line that the game tells you. And again, I'm certainly not knocking it for that. I just mean, I think like in some ways the simplicity of SnowRunner is what makes it like a bit of a timeless classic. Because again, yeah, they just, as long as they keep adding missions, it's just another excuse to plan out how you're going to travel from A to B and which vehicles you're taking and blah blah blah. But on this game, I certainly do. These missions are a bit boring, like this crane mission. I don't hate them or anything like that. I don't even think the controls are a little bit faffy, but I don't know. It's cool we can control a crane like this, so I'm not bothered from it from that standpoint. But yeah, you're just driving a crane back and forwards. I've just got to press the correct buttons until I grab these 6 things, so it's not particularly thrilling or different. Or again, no one's going to type in like, what's this mission called? Well, this is bring decking parts to the river lock. You're not really going to need to go on YouTube and type in like, how do I do this mission? Like, it's the crane, and yeah, it's a pretty kind of standard issue. But yeah, obviously building roads, particularly when you just go off on your own and build your own roads all over the place, it's pretty fun. Because it's funny how many people ended up saying, when I built the bridge over to the port on Sunken, turns out like loads of people did the same thing, but it's almost like no one really knew anyone else had done it, but everybody just decided like, fuck taking the AI round like the long way. It's Just clear some trees, slap a road down, build a bridge, and yeah, worked out pretty nicely. But then on the other hand, like, obviously my bridge won't be exactly the same as everyone else's and so on, or the route I cleared through the forest and all that. So there is still plenty of variety in this game. Rebel, FedEx says delivery between 9 and 1. That's cool, man. Is that for your PS5 or the... Oh no, yeah, I think you went to Best Buy or something, didn't you, and got Roadcraft, which was probably a good idea, because you were saying it was going to deliver like 3 or 4 days later, which... It's not the end of the world, but if you're just getting yourself a PS5... It's going to feel like a long 3 or 4 days waiting for waiting for Roadcraft to get delivered. Probably wouldn't be so bad the other way around if you had Roadcraft first, but had to wait a few days for the PS5. But once you've got the PS5, you need a game really to bang in there and get on it. Save yourself. I feel like Sojourn should have been in the tier before Sunken. With working the better craning somehow. Yeah, overall I would agree. I do think so far this map's certainly been easier than Sunken was. Sunken is like, in certain places, is a bit of a legit kind of step up. There's a lot of difficult, tricky sections. Even when you went and like recovered that safe, and I ended up sending the Hummer driving up through the semi sort of destroyed building that you got to pull big concrete slabs down into place and all that. Like, it was quite tricky just getting into that inner section where it was kind of like ring fenced off by damaged buildings, like stuff that had fallen over. Let's activate this. Now I should be able to finish this. I may as well build the road and then drive the mule across. To be fair, I'm pretty certain the mule would get across now anyway, but why not? How's that lifting? It's bucking up. Right, that. Suppose we'll see now. What does the bowhead do once it actually gets, like... Does it just stop? Probably will just go to the checkpoint, I think. No. Spectate it. It's not sure what to do now. Well, the road is done. Yeah, it's just confused. Road plan in. I may as well just cancel it at that point. Cancel that as well, really. What the hell is the paver doing? I swear the guy that drives the paver is some kind of crackhead. Cancel. Send it again. Yeah, the paver's the most awkward one at the minute. It's one of them, like, Anchorman, 60% of the time it works every time. And that's generous. Oh shit. No, he should be able to go from that way. What is it doing? Can you move? It's finally going. Right, while they're doing that... I'm going to get the bowhead. See if I can cross, yeah, I want to try and drive backwards on the pipe. That's definitely what she said. But now getting stuck on a boulder. And to be fair, they didn't give him much hope putting boulders along here when this thing just can't handle it. Yeah, with this mission, so I'm going to grab that generator. As someone's saying, you could probably drive over there, drive up, balance along that pipe, over there maybe, I don't know, I suppose over there, down there, push those two pipes into that gap, and then you could drive up, grab that and go down. But I want to know if it's possible. As I sort of reversed onto it last time, the pipe started rolling backwards and I was kind of balancing along it, so I think I might be able to get to the other side. We'll find out. Right. Not if it's like that. Why are you not rolling back this time? And there goes that plan. No, for some reason last time it just started rolling backwards as I was on it. We could try then climbing over that pipe. Well, to be fair, it doesn't really matter. I could still dump the sand, but let's have a little look. Has that thing managed to do anything? Right, just cancel the bloody thing. Remove some boulders. Best off with sand flattening mode. Manual's just a bit fiddly to kind of get the bucket low enough and you move the rocks and all the rest of it. If you go into like destruction mode, in this particular case it's going to chew my road up, so I don't really want to do that either. So there's all this because a bloody sand quarry wasn't activated. It's not going to do that. However, the route might be cleared enough. Right. Let's get the Land Rover. Not now, game. Just go over to my keyboard. For some reason, down on the D-pad, yeah. It might be my remote, but it's weird how it kind of blocks it in sections where then you go on to something else and suddenly down on the D-pad works again, so I don't know. I'm like 80% convinced it's my controller, but it is a bit weird how it does that. Derek the Mullen, good, that's nice to hear. Burrow Omega, remember to smash the like button. ItsMrLoneWolf smashes the street furniture while reading messages. I certainly do. If there's a lamppost or a wall, I'll probably hit it. Save yourself. I liked Sunken, but it got kind of grindy. Maybe just down to vehicles unlocked. I did most of Sunken before Incommunicado. Yeah, that probably wouldn't help to a degree. Like that's why, just sort of gut feeling, I went for Incommunicado first, because when I just read the description that there was going to be, in the end, Sunken wasn't as sunken as I was fearing, but that's kind of why I went to Incommunicado first, just to get a bit higher up the levels. And I can't remember specifically what I unlocked, but overall I imagine being on Incommunicado did like help a little bit. It's a bit wobbly, but I don't know what you're going to do on this section. You just going to send it. Didn't like that. Alright, we're good. Just the threat of a winch was enough. Oh, Antarctica might be a titch dull, I suppose. What's that? Do you mean like if they did a like an Antarctic map? I know what you're saying, but in theory, if they did it right, it wouldn't be a bad one. Well, I mean, it got the controls, the amount of times I turn all-wheel drive and diffs off because I'm trying to press that bloody winch. Oh my god, has this dumbass got stuck again? Pave some shit, for God's sake. This noob. Do it me fucking self. Be here all day waiting for this idiot. So the chances are I get stuck on those rocks again. See, sometimes in the normal playthrough it goes fine and then it goes terribly wrong on the live stream, or it's the other way around. Goes terribly wrong. We're not on the normal playthrough. Yeah, it's just not got a hope in hell. Be a rough looking road. Well, it is in this section anyway. Because yeah, and I was going to say, now I'm going to flatten all the sand, and it managed to miss the rock anyway. Let's do this one first. So the reason why it's not getting it is because my front tyre's up on the sand, it's kind of tilting the bucket up a bit. Maybe if I go slow enough. But if I was on flat ground, like now the rear tyre's catching up on the sand, it's fine, so... I suppose at least there is a manual mode, like I have used it myself before moving rocks. It's just a lot slower than if you are able to just do that, but again, let's give it a go. Right, manual. Watch now, this thing will get stuck again. Don't know if the game will count it, but we'll see. Yep, she is stuck. Could do with making this thing have a little bit more clearance. I understand in real life it's probably not got a lot of ground clearance, but surely they used it in their own game and came to the conclusion that it gets stuck 90% of the time, so a little bit more ground clearance would help. Alright, piece of shit out of the way. Well, God, the next one is the bloody steamroller. I'd be willing to bet 10 quid it probably gets stuck there. Right, leave that going. Whilst that's doing that, may as well deliver these. And then I'll go back, get the loaf or something and grab that generator. I mean, yeah, lesson learned, activate that bloody sand quarry. Yeah, there's no way in hell the steamroller is getting past that bit. I might have to ram it. It's a wonky looking road. Stuck there for a minute. I don't know if the drivers ever quit when you're doing like an AI route with a road. They might just sit there, keep trying until you kind of either tell them to stop or, I don't know, do something. Alright, now we're at level 12, so I can get the mobile sand quarry. Bloody hell, I lost a tenner. Oh, well, I didn't actually, because it didn't actually do the road for some reason. So I mean, it can't even reverse up that. That's a pretty flat section. Worst case, I'll have to end up doing the destruction mode thing and just dig the whole bloody road up and start again at this rate. Low range. I mean, technically it did roll over it. I wonder why out of any section it's that one it didn't do. Probably why. Oh, for God's sake, game. I mean, at least you can basically just pave over what was the old road. It's looking like it should work. You know, that paver is never going to reverse out of that, for God's sake. Sending the loaf at this rate. Yeah, I can see why they charge 62 grand for the new version. This thing's a heap of shit. Can I enter road? Fuck it, I'm doing it myself. Amount of time it'll take this thing to reverse. Sorry, I might have missed a few comments there. Boa, you can start with road building and turn it into a town builder, into a full city. Yeah, true. There's lots of ways, even just with like the raw mechanics of this game. I know I always sort of jokingly say about add some dinosaurs, but even if you had, I know that, like, doubt it's going to happen in this game, but the actual game itself, imagine if it was just like a Jurassic Park Evolution type game where you had a park and you're kind of driving around fixing things, building, I suppose, new dinosaur places. Oh my god, you heap of shit. I'm just going to risk it and send the steamroller. Yeah, tip off the road and fuck off. Useless, that thing is. Hopefully, this just rolls it. It's like the world's longest time to build a road. And look how wobbly and wonky it is. I always put like 60 trucks on each map. Yeah, I like to have trucks all over the place. I'm still kind of in the habit on this game, but there's certainly I suppose that I was quite restricted on what I could buy and all the rest of it in SnowRunner. Eventually, obviously, between mods and grinding loads of missions and all the rest of it. Is it going to count it? You bastard. Alright, where is the loaf? If in doubt, send in the loaf. Building a road is building a road, no matter where you put it. Yeah, to a degree. I mean, obviously some people might look like just overall kind of where of people place their own roads, but yeah, that's kind of the point. Whereas in SnowRunner, even though a mission is a mission, there's a million different ways to do a mission based on like which truck you take. Obviously I tend to pair a loaf with them. See how easy the loaf makes it. Yeah, but like I say, like what route you go, whether you factor fuel in or yeah, different vehicles carry a loaf with you, or if you take some other kind of scout vehicle, like there's a lot of different ways you can expand upon the concept of like just driving from A to B, whereas yeah, say even like this mission, it's building a road. Obviously it's gone tits up because I didn't have that sand quarry activated, but generally speaking, yeah, it's build a road, that's it. Even if it fucked up for you like it has for me, you still know what needs to be done. You just got to do these vehicles in the correct sequence and get enough road done. Finally. Should get some kind of Guinness World Record for the slowest road building. Right. Done horse? No. Done horse. Off to get the generator. Which could probably send the mule in. It should reach this generator. I mean, part of the reason I just decided early on I was going to send the loaf in was because it's got a winch, and yeah, I knew it'd be able to reach the generator from like the other little island of land. You'd have to park pretty bloody close to, I reckon, to get the mule to reach it. Winch really doesn't put a lot of effort in. I've been holding pull winch the entire time, but it's not really doing a lot. Oh shit, we don't want to go in the water. It's one thing the loaf hasn't got is a good snorkel at the minute. I'm hoping they do add, like, you could buy a non-rusty version of the loaf. Well, I'll try building it in the ocean. What's that, a road? At some point, when I've got enough time, like even I suppose on this map's probably not a bad one because there is like a body of water between the two islands. Yeah, like building a fat road across the river, which I'm sure will work. There's probably not really any need to, but... yeah, just for the fun of it. It's a bit like building that bridge to the port. It was only a one-off AI mission, so I didn't really need to do that. Rebel, PS5 tomorrow, game Thursday. That's good stuff. Papa Grumpy, had the same problem, needed to finish that section myself. It does not, is that like, yeah, put enough sand down? Yeah, I never had that issue, but I think... why did I activate the sand quarry? It must have been, I must have done the... take those fuel tanks back. That must have got me to level 12. I just bought the mobile sand quarry to demonstrate it. And then I think I just, whilst I was showing that, I activated the quarry. So then when I went and built the road... I suppose they just laid the sand down. So yeah, I never even... It makes sense though, people have been saying to me, sometimes the AI vehicles do run out of sand when doing the road, so I'll see what they're saying now. Oh shit, I was in low. Done. I parked the big crane on the cliff right over it and pulled it up. Is that the generator? There's no shortcuts to success except this one. Oh yeah, that's the gate opened, which is pretty handy because that's the route I'll be using from now on.
We're going to need a mountain of concrete, that's for sure. Take a drive to the concrete plant, see what shape it's in, and you can also set up a direct route from the countryside base.
Right, historical interest I don't really need to do.
Fill any major potholes on the way if you need to. They're engineers, not test drivers.
Let's get this done quickly. Yeah, I ram that tree down, which does kind of help. Some bridges it doesn't let you draw waypoints over them, others it does. I don't know why, but I have noticed that as I keep doing these things. I nearly still went the wrong way, even though, yeah, this is the gate I've just unlocked, which is pretty handy. Oh shit, I'll have to get that piece of crap out of the way. Which will probably take 5 minutes, because it can hardly move. So first thing quickly, if I can ram that tree down. Good. Thought it would have done a better effort than that. She's apparently scared the shit out of me. That's what you get. I don't know what he glitched on, but that is funny. How'd that work out for you, Van? You see what I mean? Why hence ramming the tree would have helped, but yeah, that Malamute was a bit disappointing. Pretty funny that van went flying though. It did cheer me up. Lou, oh no, sorry, I've read that one. Jonah Bailey, started to make my own roads with slabs just because I'm stubborn in Blow Runner. This guy needs a boost. Yeah, I know what you mean, like with laying slab. What the hell? I just ran over this tree last time. It didn't really put any up. If I remember correctly, I clipped the tree and it fell over. Like, at the time, I, strictly speaking, didn't want to knock it over, and I was kind of like, oh, that's kind of why I remember that it happened in the first place. Good luck, Van. Just watch him, see if he manages to fuck that up again. No. Tom Speed, thanks for the great content. I appreciate it, dude. Glad you're enjoying it. Right, they should be able to make it the rest of the way. Visit the concrete plant. I was trying to think what missions after that. It's building a road, I think, again, so... We could take the loaf, in fact. I'm going to take the Land Rover, because I think you have to drop down on one bit. It'll probably just be quicker. I don't know how well... Yeah, if we get a bit of a run up. I was going to say, it sort of beaches itself, the Land Rover on them, but... Bit of speed usually solves the issue. Oh yeah, I gotta move that piece of crap as well, haven't I? Get him too stuck because oh well, too late for that. I'm gonna need to build a road in a minute, and I think last time, yeah, I drove everything over there because well, I could go and buy the fuel, I suppose. Probably would be quicker actually. But yeah, I've only got 2 fuel at the minute. I'm gonna have to recover 4 vehicles to build a road into the concrete plant, which, to be fair, is a bit of an unnecessary road, but it is what it is. I don't really mind building them, to be fair. Always does it. Drifts the back end out, but it's never quick enough to catch it. Yeah, this was the road I drove that epic down. I mean, this thing is doing pretty well down there. All things considered. Oh yeah, it'd help again. I forget to track the missions. No. See, it just down on the D-pad worked for the side mission, but not the main mission. I don't get it. The bearded homesteader, yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense the rocks float on top of the sand. Yeah, true, it'd be handy if they did sod off a bit, because this game is a little bit strict on how easily you get caught on them. And yeah, it's true in the scheme of things that if they did sink through the sand and sod off, that would be nice. Especially in like that situation. Again, they know like they've made you build a road over there. They should know damn well that the that paver is a piece of shit. So at that point, they probably should have just not either not put rocks there, or like you say, have some other means of them moving out of the way. Because I don't mind sending the dozer in. Okay, let's just jump and hope for the best. But as you can see, it kind of chewed my road up. So from like an OCD neatness standpoint, I'd rather not chew the road up to move the rocks.
Jeez Louise. You know, in this line of work, I've seen things. Heck, I've seen things today, but I never expected this.
Oh no, I can't until I've got to unlock the construction depot before I can buy fuel.
So it has no power right now, but it's still much better than if it had no power and was completely destroyed.
Alright, mule.
Now you just need to get a backup transformer from the supply depot to the main power
Where is my mule?
and we've got ourselves some concrete. Oh, and patch up the road
Oh,
to
there.
the concrete slabs facility. That will get us on the right track.
Alivaria, the number of things that can float on sand. Amazing. There is quite a few, I suppose. Boa, fix that dip. It's too late. Well, unless it's the one I did happen to patch up, but yeah. That road is done. loot. All the items that float in sand, I think it's to prevent you burying things you need by mistake. Is that be it rocks or recyclables? Yeah, true. I reckon they probably have done that to a degree. Which, yeah, in various situations is probably quite handy. You don't really want to lose something. In fact, you know what, speaking of like losing something, when I just went on earlier onto Sunken to get the barrels and that, one of them's at the lighthouse, and you've got to build a road, build a bridge, sorry, like to reconnect to the lighthouse. And there's like a sketchy wooden bridge that's like kind of half broken and on an angle and all the rest of it. And when I was driving across there, I fell off with a mule, and I had 4 concrete slabs. Thankfully, the game didn't save just as I did it, so I quit and reloaded. But yeah, that's like, I would have lost my slabs if that was the case. I don't really know on the cliffside of the lighthouse in Sunken. You'd have to do a lot of effort to try and build your way down to kind of like where the beach is. But the other thing is, then I grabbed the barrel that's worth 40 grand. And thankfully I made it first time, like tiptoeing back over with a barrel. But yeah, that was one of them things, like, if you end up messing a bit of that mission up, or sort of mission retrieving the barrel, you kind of lose that on that map, which would be a bit of an expensive mistake. Oh shit, yeah, that fence doesn't break. Probably should do. They like the fences at the airport on what's White Valley? I've smashed thousands of them over. Job's a good one. Don Henley, I've just caught up with you on Sojourn. Can't figure out the electric connection yet. Is that, yeah, I'm just about gonna get that one done actually. Right, I don't need to do that. Oh, power up the construction depot, yeah, because then I can buy fuel. Oh, well, it is this mission then. I'll give you a rough idea. Like, I start about here. I went through the orchard to about there, because that's a sandy patch of road you can cross over. I crossed back over about there, and then I essentially just followed it all the way up along here to there. I mean, I'm going to go and do it now, but that's the general idea. It is definitely a lot more awkward than... do you know what? I'm going to buy a cable layer. I don't even think I've bought a new one in my normal playthrough. There it is. Now it'll be much quicker. It's got to be better than nothing. I mean, this is basically that dozer I unlocked. It's the same chassis and all that. Not like the Vostok, but yeah, this is just the cable laying version, not the bulldozer version. I assume this. See if we can knock this tree down. Yeah. So that Don and that thing just didn't really have much oomph to them. The Prospero just in time to catch you pinching a loaf. Always got to pinch me loaf. Here's some good shit. Right, let's try not to crash, too late. Oh, Omega, I'm sure the generator arriving in pieces won't be an issue. Nah. If they want me to deliver it like that, it's the same as SnowRunner, Mr. Lone Wolf delivers. I will get it there. But I take no responsibility for the state it's in when it gets there. The Bearded Homesteader vehicle mods would be cool if you could buy winches, snorkels, lift kits, bigger tyres. Things like that would be pretty neat. Yeah, hopefully in the future they might add them into this game. Like, it's not beyond the realm of possibility, because obviously SnowRunner's got all that sort of stuff, and I imagine averaged out, if they asked 1,000 people playing Roadcraft, would they rather have like the option of upgrades, I'd imagine a good 900 or more would say yeah. So it's one of them really. Like, I certainly think there's enough game here to be worth the money and all that, definitely. But you can sort of tell. I think one thing, I'm not making an excuse for the game industry. I think they need to dip their hands in their pockets a bit more. But since the whole COVID shit happened and there was lockdowns and all sorts of stuff, you can definitely tell as a whole, like, the gaming industry kind of suffered for it. I think, yeah, the gaming industry as a whole is pretty shit right now. This is actually, I think, a genuinely good game. In kind of a few year span where there's not a lot. There might be some indie games out there and all that, but I'm talking like big supposed AAA titles. Yeah, you can just kind of tell where they cut back on everything, or people working from home and maybe not getting quite as much done and all the rest of it. And you can just sort of tell in certain games and that there's yeah, just a little bit of a Friday afternoon level of effort. But I do think this is it feels like they probably didn't quite have enough time or whatever to polish the game as much as you'd want in an ideal world. Shit, if I drove... No, we're alright. But I do think the chances are they seem to have spent their time fixing and making the raw mechanics of the game work for the most part. There's definitely a few things that are rough around the edges, which again I'm hoping and assuming they will fix and yeah, sort of finish polishing it and all the rest of it. But they seem to have managed to got, yeah, like the actual core of the game, because I imagine it's got to be fairly tricky. I'll just put a flag so I know exactly where to start. It's got to be kind of tricky making a game that's got deformable terrain and all the rest of it versus... I don't know, I know Grand Theft Auto 5 is a much larger game than what I'm about to say, but Grand Theft Auto 5, it's all just a solid map, so in that sense it's probably quite an easy, I don't know, game or concept to build by comparison, whereas yeah, the fact that I can literally deform the terrain and knock trees down and lay cables and build bridges and roads and destruction mode and all sorts, I imagine there's quite a lot of complexity to getting all that to a point where it functions pretty well. Like, I've not had many like game-breaking bugs or anything like that going on. Stuff like the tree pinging a lorry into the air, I quite like that because it's kind of fun, and the tree's in the middle of nowhere, it's not really bothering anyone. Like, I went over and found it and then was using it for that glitch. But yeah, I've done, well, I'm on what, the 5th map now. I've not really had anything too crazy. I don't think I've had a single blue screen. I've had a few frame rate, like where it stopped for a second. You know what, I went a bit too far over to the right. The other day, I think when they did, or the other week when they did patch 1.6, I got for a day or two, I seemed to get like quite a lot of frame rate going a bit iffy. So I've kind of made a bit of a scruffy job of this, but yeah, you can see where in theory, aim for that lamppost. There is like a sandy bit where you can cross the road here. And then I'm going to cross back over a little bit further up here. Papa Grumpy, I've not seen, have you done the Deluge map yet? No, not yet, dude. I'm about 58% through Incommunicado, so I'm probably going to be on that for like the rest of the week. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping by next week, like I'm not sure whether to go on Deluge or Sandswept. Overall, I'm about 67% sure I'm going to go to Deluge. So that will be most likely the next one. Shit. Hitting forwards, not reverse. some reason. Again, a little bit untidy this time. I did a cleaner run of it in my normal video, but I think that's the general idea. And then now you've basically got a straight run up to the substation. As far as like there's no tarmac roads or anything blocking your route. Will Holden Harrison, tree launcher. It was pretty funny with the van. It's what he deserved for honking. Snuck up on me, but the tree avenged me. Jamie Bastian, hello Mr. Wolf, hope you're doing well. Sitting here in Florida, enjoying a night of Roadcraft and watching the crowd strike. 24 hours of Spa. Oh yeah, that would be pretty good. What an awesome night. Yeah, man. Yeah, I've not really watched racing in a good while, but yeah. I know Spa, 24-hour race. I'd like dream job-wise, not say specifically a 24-hour race, although I wouldn't say no, but I'd love to do racing. Wayne Randall, what's your stream not in full screen, Wolf? At the minute I've only got one monitor. Sorry, and OBS is kind of on the left hand side of my monitor, so I'll show you in a sec. I've just basically shrank it down to like a different aspect ratio and all the rest of it. Just get this thing out of the way. I won't change it back, but if I go bloody down on the D-pad over the video, you see where it go down one and it says windowed and it's 1920 by 440. For God's sake, down on the D-pad. Yeah, I'd go back to borderless after the streams ended. I'll put it back to borderless, and then when I do videos, it's yeah, continue without applying. I could, in theory, I could put it back to borderless now, but it'll cover it. I've got the chat window on the corner of my screen as well, and it'll cover that. And then I'll have to kind of really look away from the screen at my phone to read comments. So for now, I'm going to keep it like this. But yeah, that's basically, at some point I need to get a second monitor. And then I can move the OBS stuff over to that second monitor. Restore the road. You know what, might just go and quickly do this other electric route. Oh, in fact, no, I won't. Was it that one? It's easy. I was going to do it there. The only reason I won't is just in case it freaks the game out with, like, you know, like if I've already done it and then it sort of doesn't make the mission activate or something. I won't risk it while I'm on the live stream. Right. Restore the road. Do we have the construction plant? We do. So I may as well send in the loaf. It's usually the answer to all of life's problems. Yeah, I've got enough money. I think I will just buy a bit of fuel. It's going to be quicker than driving all 4 vehicles, including 2 of them are going to be the bloody paver and roller, which are slow as fuck. Boa, oh yeah, sorry, on one screen, needs to read chat. Gotcha, thanks Boa. Yeah, like I say, at some point I'll get it. So when I was building a PC, I've said before, like, I've seen people with various setups that have got multiple screens, and I kind of thought it was, I don't know, surplus to requirements. And yeah, I now realise why. Pretty much everyone's got at least 2 monitors, so you can just still do full screen gaming and throw everything else onto the second screen, which is a pretty good idea. It's cool that you can do that. Obviously some people have gone all out and they've got like 5 monitors on the go, got all sort of different chats, and I suppose some people are probably like, I'm live streaming on YouTube now. I'm sure there'd be a way in theory that I could live stream like to Twitch at the same time or whatever, so people might have like multiple different streams on the go, and then the chat box from each stream and all sorts. Probably gets pretty hectic. What the hell? Yes, I've got it. £6,000 for that. Still quicker than driving everything, so it's a deal. Yeah, looks about right. What are you doing, roller? Well, I suppose it is a roller. It does make sense. He's an eager beaver, though. Select the dozer? Yeah. Oh no. What are you doing, dozer? You fucked up the pattern. Hello, Earth to roller. Right, while they're doing that, what else have we got? I could get this ticked off the list, I suppose. In fact, I know where I'm going this time, so it'll make life a lot quicker than it was for me the first time. Again, these missions, I don't mind driving to the area. But this object scanner, I don't hate it, it's just, yeah, I'm a bit like meh. But as far as, say, like the mission as an excuse, like it's sending me off to drive here, there and everywhere, I don't mind that. Yeah, saying that, we might be alright. I used the Land Rover last time, which... well, when I went back and got the better Land Rover, fucking hell. Fuck it. That does not fill me with confidence for the amount of rocks we're about to drive over.
I hope you didn't think that transformer would be enough to power up the concrete slabs facility, because I certainly did. And I was wrong. Laying a new power cable should do the job, though. I hope somebody has to be optimistic around here, right?
Oh, so that's the power cable laying mission. To be fair, we'll see how this goes. If it's going to be a bit slow and long and all the rest of it, that's what she said, I'll go off and do the other stuff. I can always come back to this one later. It is only a side mission, but I was just thinking in terms of like the points and all the rest of it. Yeah, they could do with like more grip when it comes to climbing over rocks. Fucking hell, these are both as bad as each other. No. See what I mean? Like that rock near enough just stopped me dead. It should drive over certainly that sized rock.
Hey, feel like something different? I have a request from a bunch of scientists. Sounds like they're on the lookout for things to dig up. They want you to check out a few areas where some relics of the past could be hidden. Nothing wrong with helping out science for a quick change of pace, I guess.
And this is where like being able to upgrade vehicles, so if we could upgrade like tyre quality and grip and all the rest of it, would help, because again, like now I've bought the top Land Rover, there is sort of nowhere to go with it. I am pretty damn sure this tree didn't exist in my playthrough. yeah, off-roading, say in Incommunicado, that felt more natural. This, like, going along the rocks, there's a section later, though, that kind of explains it pretty well. Even there, you can tell they've kind of... Those rocks I've just drove over aren't they, you know, almost two-dimensional looking, which I think is a good thing. But yeah, sometimes the grip balance is a little bit out of whack. Say climbing up those rocks, well, those little rocks I was just driving over and it was sort of struggling. So yeah, along there and up there. Versus there's a little bit later on, I think, where I've just drawn the flag, that's quite steep, and again it's almost drawn like those two-dimensional rocks, but you drive right up there with no problem, which in theory looks not, I wouldn't say less realistic, but you'd expect a vehicle to struggle more going up what I'm about to go up than going over a rock that's like, I don't know, an 8-inch rock or something. But again, it's not the end of the world, just little things I think they need to tweak. It's good job these trees are here this time. I didn't have to fire out any winches, but when I did it on my normal playthrough. For God's sake. Again, another thing, bumpers being less grippy when you hit stuff, it rarely glances off it with the front bumper, it normally digs into it. It's not just this either, the Hummer's quite bad for it as well. And saying that, I think that Don Malamute thing is... Jamie Bassey, Mr. Wolf, do you think Kelly is a true redhead? Or do the curtains match the drapes? She could well be. She does look pretty damn ginger. It's funny, of all the red-headed girls I know that I can think of, they sort of come in two flavours. They're either like roughly average looking or ridiculously like a solid 9.5. Where did I cross last time? I know I ended up driving through some trees. I think I smashed through there and went over that way. Again, this is where possibly the Land Rover would be the better option with the snorkel up to the roof, that Don Malamute. I don't think it's terrible in water, but yeah, I'm pretty certain it's not got a snorkel up to the roof, so... There is sections where it does bite you a little bit. Where were you on Earth Day? What the hell is Earth Day? It's number 2 in the bag. Right, now in theory I should be able to jump off here, but I'm willing to bet I'll get a bit of a run up. Might help. The Land Rover will probably land on its nose and roll over. We've got away with it. That's what it did to me last time. And it does it most of the time in this game. Again, it's stuff like that where having a high gear would help, because I did actually reverse and get a bit more of a run up, but even then it was close. Yeah, having something like a high gear where you can actually dump the torque into the vehicle. Because if you're in auto, obviously, even if it in theory gave you a little bit of torque when you're in first gear, it's soon going to change to second and all the rest of it. Low range is slow as fuck, so there is no option in this game to really like dump the power, and the closest you can get really, I suppose, is like doing the handbrake and then releasing it, but again, I mean, there you go. It's a bit of a wet fart of a boosted start versus, I don't know, like Need for Speed levels. That's what I'm looking for. See, this mission, now I know where to go, and I'm basically just know I'm driving to 3 locations. It's not a bad little drive. View's pretty nice. It's a pretty random route to go across, and you've got to kind of figure out which part of the river you're going to cross on and all that. But yeah, it was just when I didn't know where to go. Just randomly pinging that object scanner. Just driving around basically doing that all the time. Until you hit something, it's like a little bit kind of... Sometimes it goes well and you find it pretty quick. Other times, you just don't know if you're making progress. You don't know if you're driving further away or getting nearer. Yeah, thankfully this one makes it quite easy because there's like this little cutout valley that sort of makes it obvious where you've got to go. Prospero, sorry. Glad you're enjoying the game. I rarely touch the AAA stuff anymore. Been having more fun with small studios and indie stuff and old remasters. Yeah, I agree for the most part. I think the AAA industry is a bit of a joke at the minute. Yeah, we're wedged in there pretty good if it just pulled that tree over. At least you do have a chance to back it up. Yeah, I can't really think of any decent games, like mainstream games that have come out for a while. I've not really... do you know what, funnily enough, when I got my new internet yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, I bought Wreckfest 2, which is only like in early access and all that at the minute, so apparently it's not like a fully complete game anyway. And it was only like 22 quid, so it's certainly not the price of a full game. I haven't even played it. I got it to download it really to see how quick my new internet downloaded stuff. But then by then I needed to get on making a video and all the rest of it. So unless that ends up being a pretty decent game as well, but like I say, it's early access, so they've probably only made 40-50% of a game really, and I don't mind though. Like, they're not a gigantic company, and you know, they're not being deceitful about it. It tells you it's an early access game and all the rest of it. But yeah, I'll have to try that at some point and see how that goes. But yeah, there's not really a lot. If you consider, like, back in the day, you're getting stuff like Red Dead Redemption and those sort of things. Stuff like Need for Speed, I think, has fell off a cliff these days. A lot of games are catering too much to kids, really. I don't mean that, like, against them, but I mean, you know, like, say, old school Call of Duty versus Fortnite. Fortnite's obviously became massively popular. Oh shit, I thought the circle's out here. So, like, even Call of Duty, they're all trying to copy it and that, and it's like, I think one reason Fortnite is very popular is because it's free. So, loads of kids and stuff that, you know, not necessarily like their parents are going to buy them a full game and all the rest of it. I think if Fortnite was trying to be more like Call of Duty, not saying it should be, but I still think it would have been a successful game. But yeah, a lot of games like, there's a rallying game like called Dirt, and Dirt 4 was pretty cool. And then at some point, when on PlayStation, like every month they give you a couple of free games to choose from if you want them, and one they gave away was Dirt 5. And I played that, and by comparison, it's like they've sort of ruined it. They've made it go more arcadey and more silly and childish, and like big flashy sort of, looks like spray painted like graffiti writing, trying to look all sort of cool and all the rest of it. And it was like, they didn't need to ruin a perfectly good rallying game, really. And yeah, Call of Duty is trying to do it. Like, they're always, these days, you're more likely running around with a unicorn gun dressed as a bunny rabbit, shooting a zebra, someone dressed as a zebra, and it's like, obviously it used to be more like a war game. So a lot of that's killing off games as well, just sort of, again, no offence to them, it's just games catering to like 8-year-olds versus they're sort of taking a bit of the realism out of it. It's about bloody time. I didn't listen to what she was saying though. Oh, infrastructure route. Yeah. Oh yes, these cement trucks. To be fair, some people said they get stuck really easily. They were pretty decent on this mission for me. But I'm assuming at some point in the future they make an appearance. And yeah, apparently they get stuck a lot. Alright, well I head in there, just get the loaf over to the bridge quickly. Boa, Hitman, WOA, I'm not sure what that means though. I know it's something to do with Hitman. Forza, SnowRunner, Among Us, Goose Goose, Duck, some good games. I've not heard. Hitman, the sort of game, the company, and that I've heard of. I've not played any new ones. I remember though, some of the old Hitman games were pretty cool. Again, I'm not saying every game's a complete disaster, but I certainly think you can tell there's a level of like, yeah, stuff like COVID and that took a bit of a hit on like the amount of people that were working. Like SnowRunner, I'm only not counting SnowRunner, say, because it came out about 5 years ago. So that, in fact, that came out like just as COVID lockdown started. The bearded homesteader. I got the LG 59-inch curved monitor, and you can split it into 2 different screens, which is pretty neat. Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? That would solve the 2 monitor issue. Is that like 59-inch? Is it called like them ultra wides or whatever? So it's sort of in the aspect ratio of like, it's almost like 2 normal screens kind of stuck together anyway. Which, yeah, is pretty cool. I can see, like, I obviously sit a lot closer now to the monitor I'm using versus, like, if I was playing on the PlayStation, I had it on a 42-inch TV, whereas this monitor I've got is only, like, 27-inch. But it makes a lot more sense. If I had I can see why, like, obviously the 59-inch, but if it's in the ultra-wide aspect ratio, I can see, like, why that makes more sense than buying, say, a 50-inch monitor, but it was just a normal sort of TV aspect ratio. It'd be a bit, yeah, like looking all over the place. But some of those curved monitors do look good. If I had the money and that, I would have looked into more stuff like that. I kind of planned on blowing most of my budget, in theory, on the GPU, and everything else was just sort of trying to get as cheap as possible, really. Definitely happy with the monitor I got, though. The brand is AOC. Never heard of them before, but yeah, touch wood, it's been pretty good. And it was only 135 quid, which pretty damn cheap, really, for a like a, yeah, 1440p, whatever they call it. Like some people say it's 2K.
You know, maybe I was a bit too optimistic when I promised more exciting things. Still,
Certainly
they
were.
are new, so they can't be all that bad, right? In fact, the harbor base is so new it needs fuel to function, so you'll have to drive a tanker there. Oh, and while you're at it, take the scenic route along the coast and check out the port and the Blue Water Yacht Club's pier. If they're
Well, I
still
can
there,
kind of get.
we'll use them later to deliver stuff.
I'll do send this thing. The driving along the southern coast is fine. I sent the loaf, but I'm kind of roughly going there anyway. Why did it just move me over? So I could probably get a chunk of the mission done with this anyway. Or worst case, get the base opened, and just spawn a vehicle from that base. I quite like driving this semi though. It actually feels pretty nicely balanced. This is a pretty cool map as well, with the roads are kind of like pretty decent, so you're not just getting stuck every 2 seconds. I think in some ways the sand seems to help. It seemed to hinder it on Sunken. As soon as you build even a new fresh patch of road, you can still see though it's definitely wheel spinning more than it's travelling forwards. That'll be a bridge. But yeah, just the amount it turns and all the rest of it feels pretty nicely balanced. Sort of quite nice to drive. Helps if I'm looking. At that point, mods for each platform are needed. Sorry, I might have missed a bit of a sort of half the context of that comment. Boa. What's that? The horse? Horse time yet? It is getting pretty close. In fact, he's blocking the bridge. Now you mention it though, just double checking. I could bag that objective in theory. Obviously I'm going to park there, so I'd have to go a little bit ahead. We'll see. Either way, it's certainly going to be loaf time again at some point. It doesn't take me long. Oh yeah, the bridge is there. Karen Gillum and her cousin Caitlin is 21 and really turned into a very pretty young lady. I'm not sure who those people are. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not sure if I should know. To be fair, I don't really keep up with all the latest of all that sort of stuff. Justin Lynch, stopping him for a few minutes. Fuck, turning's not good enough then. Saw it in my peripherals. Yeah, popping in a few minutes before bed to say hi. I appreciate it, man. Wreckfest 1 was great. I hope 2 is just as good. Yeah, same here. I mean, that's why I sort of pulled the trigger and bought the game, even though it, again, they do say it's early access and all that. Looking at the reviews though, some people were sort of saying, like, you can tell it's not a full game, but apparently the mechanics of it, the crashing is kind of feels more realistic and fleshed out and all the rest of it. So yeah, at some point pretty soon, I'll, like, when I get a day, I've just been like in the garden again and doing stuff. Yeah, my sister moved out the flat downstairs, so I've been clearing all that before the month is up. But when I get a bit more time, I'll have a go on that Wreckfest, and I assume one way or another I'll make a video. Or, you know, maybe more. If the game's good, I don't mind doing, like, I could even do a live stream one weekend or whatever. I'm just going to track that so they show up. Yeah, and you never know, it might end up being like, if it's a decent game, I'll just sort of keep making videos here and there on it. I'll probably mainly stick to like this Roadcraft at the minute, and I want to get back to do a bit of SnowRunner. But the options there. But yeah, fingers crossed it is as good as Wreckfest 1, because that was a pretty damn good game. I always liked Destruction Derby and that back in the day. And they never really, for some reason, they had obviously Destruction Derby and Destruction Derby 2, and then I don't, maybe they did make a Destruction Derby 3. If they did, it must have flopped, because I don't know, it's not really in the calibre of 1 and 2. Yeah, whereas like Wreckfest kind of was the spiritual successor really to Destruction Derby. And again, I certainly like, I mean the graphics do look incredibly nice on this game, but just overall graphics I think are at more than a good enough point now that, yeah, I personally wouldn't like destructible maps and stuff, which again, I mean this game plays into it a little bit, it's deformable terrain. But yeah, back in the day I had like Red Faction, those sort of games where you could destroy the maps and that. Whereas a lot of games are focused on like graphics fidelity and all that, which again, maybe it's like from back in the day I was playing, you know, the NES and the SNES and Mega Drive and all that sort of stuff. So graphics to me, like the Destruction Derby looks like you're driving a like a cube around by comparison. Right, that's that in the bag. So it'd help if it uncovered more clouds. Can I not even... You have to find the thing to press triangle on it. It's obviously not uncovered enough. Do you know, it's the second thing tonight in a way I noticed. Funnily enough, when I went and got that barrel on, I should be able to recover to the base. It's just what do I... Oh, fuck it, let's pick this. Yeah, when I went and got that barrel on Sunken, you have to build a bridge over to the lighthouse. You couldn't see the other side of the broken bridge to draw the bridge to it. The clouds were kind of, yeah, a bit iffy and getting in the way. God damn it, I forgot how slow this thing was. Let's see if we can do the trick of bouncing them open. Can make it work, I reckon. Turned a little bit quicker, it'd help. Slow on the uptake. No, do that. For God's sake, game. Oh, there we go. We're in. That's more like it actually worked out quite nicely. Let's just pop that open for later. Fail Race Crew getting tons out of BeamNG Drive. Yeah, I've got that game as well. I really do like that. So far, I haven't really played a lot on it, like, mission-wise. The only thing I did was a quick police chase. But yeah, I've seen that game, obviously, for years and never been able to get it. Now I have got it, and yeah, even just the crashing element of it, but I've seen they're adding, like, rallying and all sorts, so... BeamNG is certainly another game that I'd happily get on at some point and do videos. I mean, I won't, like, I really am enjoying Roadcraft, but I won't be on Roadcraft forever. I suppose, really, I'm kind of hammering through these 8 maps we've got. And then, yeah, that'll free me up a bit. I can do, like, yeah, SnowRunner, possibly a bit of Wreckfest, bit of BeamNG. And, go from there. Right, I didn't hear a word she said. But she said the attempt was made, bless her. Yeah, I do, like, these AI routes, I quite like these as well. It's a bit like, yeah, you've got to lay the routes, is not particularly thrilling, but one, it does make the maps feel more alive, that there is stuff driving around. And as came in handy a few times, like once they're ticking along in the background, they are slowly topping up your money, because each time one successfully gets there. And your XP, I suppose, you're also slowly climbing up the XP levels without, like, having to physically do something. Like, sometimes I'm on the game, but say I go and make something to eat or something, kind of leave the game on, and sometimes you come back and you've yeah, got a bit more money, unlocked a bit more stuff, or climbed a level or whatever. And like I say, just generally speaking, sometimes some of the AI routes are annoying, particularly on Sunken. That one to the castle was just... It's annoying because the AI just aren't good enough to drive to that castle. And it seems no matter how many, like... I'm sure there is a way if you do a massive long bridge and all the rest of it, but it looks a bit untidy doing a bridge through it. But yeah, there's certain ones that are a bit iffy because they seem to have been far too optimistic about what their AI are capable of, which is not a lot. Although, funnily enough, the actual, again, like, the routes they follow aren't terrible. For the most part. They just need to add more grip. Like that van always wheel spins one wheel, when really it needs to have power being fed to all four of them, and preferably a bit more power at that. Right, sinkholes. I may as well do the tower first, if anything. Oh, that's clearing them out. Fair enough, we'll go for the radio tower first. So... oh yeah, shit, I was going to recover my mule, but yeah, got to grab that. Where is my mule again? Yeah, there it is. I don't know why. Like, is it just me? I suppose there are those little white markers. It'd be nice if you could tell a little bit more clearly which vehicle was which. Not the end of the world, but it's just one of those things personally. But I'd prefer it if you're able to see at a glance more easily which vehicle is which. Yeah, I sort of know where I'm going down to there. And then basically going to head to here and then drive up. Oh yeah, someone said just quickly where I remember that well. You're supposed to drop a barrel in there and then it'll unlock the achievement. And the funny thing is, while I was editing it, I even thought to myself, like, damn, I should have dropped a barrel in there. I keep trying to, when I'm making video footage, I keep trying to tell myself, like, don't get too sidetracked mid-mission. I do end up doing things before and after various missions, but mid-mission I try and stick to the script, otherwise the editing's very janky, where I'm like, oh, I just quickly went off and did that, and so on. But, yeah, I did think about throwing a barrel in there, and apparently that is the way it's done. Oh, what's that? World of Assassination. Shit, wrong driveway. Yeah, I don't know if you were meaning that, but I've got World of Tanks as well. World of Tanks Blitz. Got a shitload of tanks on that. Oh yeah, it's over here. Bearded Homesteader, yeah, my monitor was 1100, I think. Yeah, that's pretty juicy, that, isn't it? Gonna be a damn nice monitor for that, though. Yeah, that's like getting on for what it cost me for the GPU, really. What was it in the end? 780 English pounds, though. It was 800, but again, Amazon fucked me around, and I ended up going to overclockers. Yeah. She definitely sounds Canadian when she says that bit. Like that newly built radio tower that got swallowed by one. That's why they had to reactivate the old one. She's got swallowing on the mind. Oh yeah, I ain't got a winch. Oh, I was going to do a drive-by winch. Miss the old SnowRunner days doing that. Just realised I wasn't in the Dolphin. Oh, a Goose Goose Duck, a Canadian-based company survival game. Works like Among Us, but birds for players. Each type of bird has different roles. Fair enough. I know that Among Us. I've not played it or anything. I can see how, like... I could imagine that game being boring very quickly in certain circumstances, but I can also see why that game completely blew up, because in the right circumstances, with mates, or if you find a good funny bunch of people, I can see that game being pretty, like, hilarious. It's sort of the same. I've got it on my PS4, and they've kind of shut it down or whatever, is that Friday the 13th game. And again, that was another thing. What's the dude's name? Jev, who does Call of Duty stuff, but he played that Friday the 13th. And yeah, again, like, you can see it being pretty funny in the right circumstances. It's another one where I can see why it got pretty massive. Apparently, though, they just kept, like, I think there was copyright issues, and the owners of the franchise of Friday the 13th were suing them and all sorts, so I think that partly contributed to the game kind of just getting shut down in the end. Oh yeah, I may as well go to this well quickly. We'll try and drop a barrel in there. Boa, no, I've less than 0 interest in clubs. I'm just getting old. Turned 49 in March. Do you mean like nightclubs and that? If so, yeah, I've definitely got no interest in them anymore. I used to go to them for a little bit, but yeah, not dancing around ain't particularly my thing anyway. And yeah, these days, fuck that, it'd be like 20 quid a drink. Yeah, God knows what it's like these days with... If you wolf whistle the wrong way at a woman, you get locked up for rape or something. Fuck going to a nightclub. That's pretty good. Well then, find a well with unusual properties. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't fancy it these days. Good luck to all those 18-year-olds and that have sort of not gotta do it, but you know what I mean. When you're at that age in those kind of social circles, it's sort of what you do. I suppose that's part of why I went. I was out with mates and all sorts. Could probably get served in a nightclub quicker than this mule's going to get to the radio tower, though. It's a weird thing with nightclubs as well. It sort of started getting more popular around the time I was that age, where they just have a random guy in the bathroom. That guy must make a fortune, because when you're smashed and you're 12 pints in and all the rest of it, there's just some random guy standing in the bathroom with like deodorant or whatever he had. Just give him all the change out your pocket. And yeah, the guy probably richer than the bloody nightclub by the end of the night. But I don't know why, that randomly became a thing. There's a slingshot there. Amy Pond / Nebula. Caitlin played 8-year-old Amelia in 2011 Doctor Who. Fair enough, I've not really, never really got into Doctor Who. I might know what you mean, like, from a picture and all the rest of it. Again, names I'm a bit questionable. That's why, like, if I was going to just try and name someone, like, a woman off the top of my head now, a celebrity, I'll be naming people like Kate Winslet and that, which... It's obviously, well, I know she's still a celebrity, but I mean, yeah, like... My mind's going back to sort of the days Titanic and that came out. I wouldn't know half the new, I don't know... the new young celebrities and all that. Right. Sinkholes. That was the one. Yeah, I mean, we may as well send the mule since it's the closest. It's probably going to take just as long to drive someone else over here. Oh, shit, that nearly went badly. Oh, we get GTA 6 in 2026. Another delay would suck. Yeah, true. They certainly have took the piss with how long it took to get that game on the go. I know they were making a lot of money off GTA 5, but you could also argue if GTA 6 came out a couple of years ago, everyone would have moved over to GTA 6, and I don't know. Strictly speaking, they would have probably made more money, almost certainly. I know they look at it as like, oh, but we'll be losing the money we're making on Grand Theft Auto 5, but it's like, you won't, because they'll all just move over to Grand Theft Auto 6. So, yeah, I think they certainly should have got on it a lot sooner. Like, wasn't it 2007 or 11, something ridiculous, like, where Grand Theft Auto 5 came out? Like, there's people who have had kids since Grand Theft Auto came out that are now, like, fully functioning, not quite adults, but, you know, like actual people, not like a little baby running around. Which I'm hoping they don't ruin GTA 6. I've heard, I don't know, some things, it's one of them really. The whole virtue signalling thing is Seems to be the thing they try and do in games these days, but I think it's dying off a little bit. GTA 6 might have accidentally avoided the entire thing, and sort of by the time that gets going, they might have realised that, yeah, trying to do all that shit just isn't really worth it. I've seen a few videos for it, but I don't know, like, I think at least one of them is official, but people seem to be doing, like, fake AI videos and all sort. Anyone's just making up any, like, they'll do GTA 5, but they'll title it GTA 6 just to get the clicks. And then obviously once you watch it, you realise, like, oh, that's just GTA 5. What was I going to say? I didn't slide around like that last time. Thought I was about to fuck off the side. Since you're on PC, you should check out the OG spin tyres as well. That's true, although isn't that about the same as Mud Runner? I still could check it out though. I just mean, like, I've got Mud Runner on the PS4 as well, and I believe they're pretty, like, the same game basically, with the same maps and all the rest of it. I think, like, the two people that sort of mainly made the game, I think, had a bit of a falling out and kind of split up and made their own version. I might as well do this, clear the driveway. Just thinking, actually, it might be time for the goddamn horse. No, I don't want that. Wonder if I could drive the horse down and just ram into all the boxes. Let's find out. Where is he? Do you know what? As much as I am more than happy to drive there, but for the sakes of speeding it up a bit, I'll recover to this base and we'll go from there, and just saves 5 odd minutes. Which way are we facing? That's the way we want to go. Chase the flood mode is nice. Yeah, I had a go in that actually. Yeah, pretty fun. You had to do like 2 separate mods. There's one mod for the map and then one mod for the flood thing. But yeah, it was pretty fun trying to sort of drive up there, and obviously the flood's rising and chasing you. Put down concrete slabs to the power station was a task. What's that on? Tom Speed, £2. I appreciate it, dude. Very helpful content and very entertaining, thanks. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. We'll go in the pot towards future DLC and all the rest of it. Gotta get that DLC when it comes out. Oh yeah, gotta clear this out quickly as well. I sort of didn't really do a proper job, I just kind of rubbed the loaf along everything until it kind of got out the way. And that's the problem though, the loaf is such a goddamn professional. He will just ram his way through it, but other vehicles not so much. Should be enough. I might drag that out the way. Oh shit, bit too much steering angle there going on. That was close. Wiggle like a fish. Does it help? God, now what was stuck on. You know what, I'm sure I could sit there and wiggle and we'll get off it, but that's the sort of thing. Oh, what else am I stuck on? That's the sort of thing I would do in my own time on my video. Hence when you get an edit and there's like probably about 15 minutes missing. About First Class Trouble, a great deduction game, but lobbies cheap. Chatting on Discord, telling their friends who is personoid, not passenger. I'm not really too sure, like, what that is, but I sort of get roughly what you mean. Yeah, especially with people can like circumvent it with Discord chat and all that. Question is, will it push these off the ledge? Possibly not, 'cause it looks like there's a bit of a lip. Can we go diagonally with them? It might be quicker in the end. I can do winches, but it might be quicker at this point just to get the crane, possibly. Yeah, probably. They're all just kind of... Oh, that one. Wow. It'll move, but it'll still count as being in the zone, I reckon. Yeah, fuck it. I may as well just get the crane. We'll blame that tree. Yeah, again, like, given enough time, but I don't really see what I'm gaining at that point. Oh, funny enough, that brown cargo thing might get, yeah, pushed by the crane leg. Not quite on too much of an angle. Well, we can push some of them though. I suppose it worked out a little bit. Oh yeah, it's because it's stuck on that lip at the end. I remember the crazy control scheme of these cranes. Hitman WOA, the trilogy by IO Interactive, working on James Bond film. Latest exclusive target is Le Chiffre from Casino Royale. Yeah, Bond's another one though. They try and lever every kind of virtue signalling thing they can into it. I do like a bit of James Bond though. Right, it's one of the only film franchises, you know, where like, even I like stuff like Police Academy, even Police Academy 6 and all the rest of it, but it's fair to say they kind of run out of steam at that point. Ah, so that's why like they seem to have been sinking into the floor, which is why they were really not liking getting pushed. Yeah, James Bond, considering it's I don't know how many, like, got to be 20, 30 films or whatever it is. They actually survive pretty well as a franchise without it becoming, I don't know, like too corny or a parody of itself. Which I suppose they did to a degree in like the Roger Moore era. Which I still like them as well. I don't think it's a bad thing, but you can tell like the Roger Moore era was a little bit more tongue-in-cheek. Oh, I can't move the crane further. Yeah, and then certain Bonds it sort of got a little bit more serious and all the rest of it. Which overall I didn't think was too bad. Some of the Roger Moore James Bonds are still pretty cool. Let's see what luck we have. Yeah, it seems they were glitching in the floor, because when I've just been lifting a few of them up, they're kind of like not liking to be moved, and then they're kind of pinging out the floor, so... Horse is about to just fully reverse up it. See, even like, I suppose it's leaning against that red one a bit, but yeah, they seem a little bit iffy, not as freely movable as you'd assume. Scotty Chenoweth, and nowadays when you do go to a club you can't be sure if the hot girl is even a girl nowadays, so glad I got married a long time ago. Yeah, that's true. It's a bit of a random free-for-all out there, yeah, like you say, I certainly wouldn't. I don't miss it. Do you know what, first thing, It probably won't make much difference, but it'd probably help if I did at least track the mission. Yeah, I was going to say, because that white container might be the last one. Which it is, but it's kind of caught on that. Let's just send in the crane for that last one. Hopefully I can move the crane down far enough to get it. I should be able to by now. If not, there's always the loaf winch. Oh, fucking hell. Moved around. Come on, you just selected it. Well, that's a bit annoying. How's it just stuck? Is it wedged on that crane a bit? Jesus Christ, I've had some right random stuff go wrong for me tonight. Yeah, it could do with a bit more reach on this yellow crane though. I've not really noticed it before, but... Oh, enter the bloody crane, will ya? Well, there you go, yeah, now it gets it. See, again, that's like pinged out the ground. There is something weird going on with that. For that. Right. The other bit I've got to clear is... In fact, I might be able to skip over this way. It's probably the only bonus. I think last time I plugged up this little exit. That's what she said. With the cargo containers. Right. I know I'm doing it a bit of a weird way, but I'm sort of hoping if I don't knock that one balancing on the top off, hopefully I can move them roughly like I did last time, and it sort of pushed them in like two chunks rather than doing them like individually. Yeah, you see there, like the loaf still skids around, which I like that. It does that in SnowRunner as well. Like if you're blocked on something reversing. Obviously, it's questionable in this game, like, if you're on some rough terrain and all the rest of it, it probably won't do it as smoothly, but it's nice that it can in sort of roughly flat ground and all the rest of it. I don't miss that service. By the time you flag a waitress for a glass and she finally returns with a $4 soda, I would have time to get up, go across the street, buy a bottle and sit back down. Yeah, exactly. Plus even like, yeah, the drinks are ridiculously expensive. The toilets are either rammed or, yeah, they fucking stink and all the rest of it. Yeah, it takes ages to queue up. It's just a lot of hassle. I'd much rather get some beers and sit at home if I was going to anyway. Like, sit in the garden and have a beer or something. Yep. I thought I already did that. Didn't I? Oh, where the hell did they get stuck? How the hell did he fuck that up? But it's that rock. That was precisely what it was pointing at. Right. I think I'm going to do that, yeah, steel pipe production. That's weird, I'm pressing to go over to the side and it's just flicking me back to the... Why is it doing that? That was weird. Establish, yeah, so that in theory should complete itself. Right, yeah, so I've got to go over there and do all that sort of stuff. Where did I leave my mule again? Fuck it, we'll get a new one. Yeah, like you see where the clouds are in the way, I've got to come down to there where it highlights, like press triangle to enter the garage. A bit random, but again, that could do with sort of being tidied up. Deploy. That's why it's handy having 2 mules in this game. It's, I think, the first vehicle that I've bought 2 of the same, and it's sort of worth it, I would say. And save $2 in tips. Yeah, it's just overall not a good time really, I reckon, compared to sort of what it used to be. Even back when I'm going back, I don't know, say 20 years really. And even then it was getting to the point where it was just kind of the tail end of it. When I first started going out, the drinks and all that were pretty cheap and all the rest of it, but yeah, it started getting like really kind of commercialised around that time, and drinks were ridiculous money. And yeah, after all that, like the club, I don't know, sort of, you get to the point where unless you go in there to purely dance, which to be fair most people weren't, the music's loud as fuck. For God's sake. I don't know, yeah. So if you try and talk to a bird or anything, like you're shouting your head off just like because the music's so ridiculously loud. I was gonna say, I don't think the crane legs will make a lot of difference at this point when I'm wheeling. I just could do with the front of the tractor facing, yeah, that way. Managing to make a meal of everything tonight. Strap it, you bastard. What do you mean cannot see? It's weird. Straps aren't usually that moany. I don't know why it's saying can't secure it. Oh, there we go. It's just having a moment. What? Oh shit, we've got to do a different mission. Oh well, that's already there for next time. Oh yeah, go and grab these. Fair enough. I do kind of remember that. My bad. Again though, I need to cache a tractor in here at some point, so it's still mostly not wasted. I'll just have to drop it off there after I've delivered these generator things. Slabs was something Kelly told you to do. What are you on about? I laid a cable to that power station. I don't remember, are you on about laying the slabs or something? Bearded Homesteader, I thought the DLC, and then was looking for it, then found out it comes out in September. Yeah. You do get, isn't it the Hummer, I think we get access to at the minute, but yeah, the maps aren't coming out till September. Which what we though, we're pretty much getting into July, August, September. Yeah, I think it'll soon fly by. I think for me personally, it'll probably work out about right, because I'm sort of onto the 5th map. By the time I've got the Deluge, Sandswept, and then that Kernel map done, it'll probably work out about right. But yeah, there's definitely some people that have even like been in the comments are already on Kernel, or some people have even completed it already. So for them, it's probably going to be a bit of a long wait to get to September. Over here.
I'm not sure that us borrowing these loaders was arranged.
molders.
Still, we're only
The hell into the goddamn crane mode.
entire region.
For the love of God, game.
Properly compensated down the line. I'm almost sure. Oh, it's a win-win for everyone involved. Plus, they're not using the moment anyway.
Just a minute, GTA 4 came out in, 5 came out in 2013, 2014. It was the tail end of the PS3 era. Some might not even know it was a PS3 game and consider it a PS4 game. Yeah, true, I think I first had it on PS3. Then I got it on PS4, and then years later I borrowed my brother's PS4, and that, I think I've definitely 100%ed Grand Theft Auto, but I don't think I've done it on my kind of PS4 account or whatever. Yeah, I think I did it all on his and got like the 100%. Did sort of leave the Lester assassination missions till the end and then play the stock market and all that and have several billion per character. I did that part a few times, but I think I only 100%ed it once. Although I remember looking like probably a year or two ago, but I'm sure in GTA 5 now, certainly on the PS4 version, they've added like to get all the 100%, get all the trophies and all the rest of it. I think there's certain online missions and that you've got to do now, which I don't really like that. I think when it comes to like the PS4 trophy hunting shit, they should just keep it to single player stuff basically. Because it's probably not going to be too bad with GTA 5 anytime soon, but obviously various games that they shut down like the online aspect of it, you can basically never get the trophies you want then at some point, which I'm not an absolute like trophy hunter, but if I've got like 90% of them and whatever just going through the game completing it, I do like on some games just to get the last bits done. But yeah, when they make it awkward and start adding like you got to go online mode and all that, it sort of kills it for me. I think like even that TT game I got that Closer to the Edge or whatever, I've got like 98% of the trophies on that, but there's one where you've got to go online and like do 10 races or something, and it's fucking annoying because no one's ever online, so I'm kind of stuck on that as well. Yeah, PlayStation they should make a separate like you can 100% trophy hunt games that are just single player offline shit. They should do some bonus online trophies if they're going to do that shit, but they shouldn't make it count towards getting the platinum and all the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, in 2013, 2014 sort of era, you're still talking like... it's going to be 13 years, really, isn't it? Since the last GTA, which is pretty insane. They probably brought out GTA 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in less than 13 years. Or it's going to be somewhere around there. And again, I know they were making a lot of money, but... they still would have made a lot of money, yeah, if they did GTA 6. Right, that concrete should be out of the way enough. That one. Right, so when that's complete, it'll cache this mission in, then it'll build the steel pipes facility, then I can cache that in, get 2 steel pipes, fix these, and unlock the dozer. What time is it out of curiosity? 5. Oh, I've been going about 2.5 hours. That's more than I thought, actually. Is there anything... I can't even build the pipes, really. It's not a long mission. Where is it? Yeah, it's only those 2 that I've got to get there. Assuming they are able to get through this bit. Yeah, one of them's an AI route. Yeah, and the other one's building pipes. There's not really anything I can do to speed it up while I'm waiting. What have we got on these? Oh, I've not done that one yet. It doesn't look too bad though. Should just be able to go down that road, and then what's this? Oh, so it's the same one. Oh no, saying that, sorry, they're both red, aren't they? So it's gonna bloody hell want me to take it down to here. How's it? I assume I can get out of that bit. Gotta be. I could get there, but I'm not really going to get over that, so it must let you take it out of there. Fucking hell, it's going to be a bit of a tricky one. I suppose, again, like, maybe over the train tracks there. They don't make it very... I don't mind that it's not very clear, but I mean it... maybe there. It does stop you from laying cable in certain terrain, so... But they're not entirely clear on like exactly which bit of terrain will stop you. Oh yeah, we've probably just unlocked the metal bridge as well. Yeah, that's the problem I found. Like the bridge is not very long. That's the longest I can build it, which... Oh, and it didn't even add it then anyway. Whatever, I don't need it there, but yeah. We have a metal bridge. Right. Steel beams facility. Did Brosnan have the best, worst one-liner? What is that? I taught him. There's definitely some cheesy ones in that whole franchise, really. Like I said, overall, I actually quite like the Pierce Brosnan era. It was probably because I was growing up like that was around that time, and as I said, I got GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64, and yeah, I got stuck on that bloody damn map for months. Because, talking about graphics, yeah, because the graphics were so terrible, I didn't realise, like, the game didn't display that I'm supposed to jump off the dam and I actually have I'm on a bungee rope or whatever. So I just thought I was jumping off and committing suicide. And then when I actually watched the GoldenEye film, I was like, no fucking way. Like, watched him jump off and, yeah, bungee cord into facility. But, again, GoldenEye was obviously an absolute gem of a game back on the N64. But it was like, probably one of the best examples of a game that came from, like, a movie franchise that was actually bloody good. But it was also, like, roughly speaking, followed the movie so closely that, yeah, I was able to sort of use it as a bit of a, like a guide before YouTube existed, really. Obviously after that then it goes into the facility mission and you go through all the bathrooms and whatnot. Oh, I thought my handbrake, it takes so fucking long. I thought I had my handbrake on. Yeah, and then where like he shoots the wall lock or whatever and the barrels start falling off and hitting everyone, like there's all sorts of things that yeah, they followed the film pretty closely. But yeah, overall, I quite like the Pierce Brosnan era. It wasn't too serious, but it wasn't like Roger Moore levels of... Like, Roger Moore, remember, again, it was good, and this was a real stunt as well, where they jumped that car over like a bridge and it sort of did a barrel roll 360 through the air. Yeah, they actually did do that stunt. I'm still going to carry on with that, but I may as well do the infrastructure route, just let them tick along while I'm fixing the pipe, so I don't have to wait for them afterwards. Try and stop them crashing into each other. They could have planned a few more of the AR routes. In Sunken, from the tunnel exit base towards like the steel pipes facility, and then later on there's another mission where you have to draw a line coming out of there. And there's a narrow rock, there's a section with like rocks near the road where, long story short, you sort of have to draw the lines like crossing over each other, and at various points it kept moaning to me saying like the AI vehicles have crashed. Even though I'd neatened the lines up, there was no real way to stop them like driving through this narrow section and crashing into each other. So yeah, I hope in the future they kind of, I know like in theory you can get all the money out of the AI routes and then turn them off, but like I say, I quite like them just ticking along in the background because it makes the maps seem a bit more alive. So I hope in the future they kind of plan them with the intention that you can leave them ticking along. I mean, again, that Levkin Castle, or whatever the bloody hell it's called, yeah, both times I just ended up shoving the AI up the hill and towards the castle, really, because there's just no chance in hell they were getting anywhere. There's one down. Boa, I thought Christmas only came once a year. Yeah, it was that with, what's her name? Denise Richards. Christmas. What was that? Die Another Day, or one of them? Oh, well, there you go. You can bend the crane around. Now we know. Bit of science. Going to bed. See you later, guys. Justin Lynch. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. You've probably gone by now, but nonetheless, cheers for popping in. Scotty Chenoweth, I wonder if SnowRunner 2 will be a mix of SnowRunner Expeditions and Roadcraft. Just wondering if these other games are tests for the new SnowRunner. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think there probably will be some elements of it. I'm kind of hoping it's, say, 80% SnowRunner, 15% Roadcraft, and maybe, yeah, 5% Expeditions. Like, Expeditions, the graphics and everything looked fine. I just think it ended up being a little bit boring. Those drones were shit. The deployable anchors, though, as winch points, I wouldn't say no if that arrived as an option in what hopefully will be a SnowRunner 2. Steve, when did you hear about SnowRunner 2? I can't find anything. I don't think there is anything yet, dude. We're all just kind of hoping, based off how good SnowRunner is, I'm sure at some point they're going to build a SnowRunner 2, but it may not be called SnowRunner 2, because obviously there was Mudrunner, now there's SnowRunner. They could do Sandrunner, they could do Mudrunner 2, but I think we're all just calling, like, SnowRunner 2 as a placeholder for the true successor to SnowRunner, like whatever, whether they slightly change the name and terrain and all the rest of it. Yeah, because Expeditions, again, they're kind of in the same genre, but it's like an alternate universe version of it. And I think most of us, I certainly think this Roadcraft is a hell of a lot of a better attempt at an alternate universe SnowRunner. But yeah, in the scheme of things, like, they may as well just accept that we're all waiting for SnowRunner 2. So they may as well just make that game. But in the meantime, there's certainly been, you can tell, yeah, aspects they've been trying in stuff like Expeditions and Roadcraft that do feel like a bit of a test bed for what hopefully will become SnowRunner 2. We'll have a quick look at this dozer, but I believe I'm basically at this point now on my normal playthrough. Yeah, overall I do quite like this. Like, same chassis as the cable layer, but obviously this one does feel like it goes a bit quicker. As I said, there is like a gooseneck or like bull hitch sort of thing going on the back. So maybe in the future there'll be a version that's got like a cargo trailer and all that. I might go and buy one. Oh, it's already on it. Yeah, 25 grand is a bargain as well. Right, that's that in the bag. What am I? Level 13, so I still can't unlock... Where is it? That thing. Which is still paver-esque in nature, but it's definitely better than that rusty version we get. But for whatever reason, why am I not at level 14 yet? When I was at this point, I assume it's just these have not cashed in like. Yeah, that one's still got like 2,500 XP to get out of it. That's cashed them all in. That one's got another 1,500. So yeah, maybe when they're done I'll be at level 14. Anyway, in the meantime, I suppose I could deliver one of these vehicles. I believe they are adding a version of this for us to drive. Obviously I can drive it at the minute, but it's like a mission vehicle. Let's figure out which one it is. I assume deliver the utility. What the hell? I think there's a cat meowing. Sounded a bit weird. Oh, there he is. Sorry, yeah, my cat distracted. Did like a weird meow. Sounded all fucked up. Oh, God. Oh, well, if I'd known that, I would have kind of done the historical thing. Oh, well, it's going to be a bit of a drive. Let's go for it. Yeah, I did activate the mission. I roughly know where I'm going, ish. Give him some abuse. It's ticking along. It'll do for now. Still a bit muley. Boa, you talked over her. Yeah, she does. She does yap on. Got to talk over her. Bearded Homesteader. It also has bridge layer units where you can lay bridges across certain areas. That's why I bought it. Yeah, true. I've seen that in sort of the thumbnail, and I can't remember if I've seen a clip of it or not. But yeah, again, that does seem pretty cool. There's certainly, as long as the bridge thing is kind of long enough, once it's extended out and all the rest of it. Yeah, I'm sure there is various situations. It'd be quite handy as well if, you know, if it doesn't force you to fully straighten the bridge out, if you can leave a little bit of a kink in it. So, for just say if I put one over this rail track, it's not, you know, like propped up on one side because it's trying to lay perfectly flat. I hope there is the possibility of like leaving an angle in it, which I think there should be. And yeah, that might come in handy in quite a lot of situations. There might just be stuff you want to get up, even if it's only once. You know, like those semi-constructed building site sort of things. You might be able to prop a bridge up and sort of have one half of it kind of flush on the first floor of a building, and the other half kind of coming down to meet the ground, so you can just drive up to it and all sorts. So, yeah, I mean, I remember that dude added the bridge layer in SnowRunner, and I didn't use it all the time, but I remember when I got the mod, like, it was a cool mod to have. I certainly did patch up a few sections. And, yeah, obviously, his idea went pretty well, because they're basically adding it into this game. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. You're just saying with the left-hand side of the screen, it's still going to be the same aspect ratio, but that might be a little bit better if it does eventually move it over. Yeah, sorry, earlier I was trying to place the chat box on the OBS window so it'd come up on the screen as well. And for whatever reason it wouldn't. Oh yeah, it is moving it. I'll just sort of see it on my phone. Yeah, so I couldn't put the chat box next to it. It let me put it kind of over the top of it, but it shrank the video screen down to like a tiny little screen, which is not what I want. But yeah, since I've had to like shrink the aspect ratio anyway, I was going to try and have like the chat next to it, so at least you can see on the screen as well who's saying what. which you probably can if you're watching on YouTube. I'm sure it's bringing up the comments and that, but like when I do it on the PS4, it actually brings up like a list of the comments to the right of the video, which is quite handy in certain situations. I'm just going to go around like down basically back to the base and up. I don't know if there is a quicker way of cutting over, but I've got to kind of go up the steps of the cliff anyway, so I may as well just go the way I know. GTA 6 won't get the PC version as they are too cheap, so I heard. I've not heard anything say like on specifically being too cheap and all that, but I think the PS5 will get it first anyway, because I think it tends to be like a PS exclusive at first. I'm sure at some point it'll come to the PC, because there's no way they'll not tap into that market, really. Too much meat on that bone for them to just completely snub it. Maybe they're just trying to play hardball at the minute and squeeze as much money out the deal as they can. But yeah, my assumption was always that it'll come out on the PS5 first anyway, which I did consider it when I was building a PC. Yeah, I kind of knew it. That was the one game that I thought, like, if I go the PS5 route, I'll get that the day it comes out, but yeah, I mean, it won't make too much difference anyway. If and when I get it, I'll certainly make videos on it, but there's absolute giants on YouTube that will make GTA videos. It'd bury my videos so deep you wouldn't probably find them even if you typed the exact title in. It was the same with Call of Duty, really. Even if you typed the exact title I'd done on my video, it'd still recommend you like 50 other giant YouTubers and like 400 videos before you scroll down and find any of my videos. That's what I think, like, SnowRunner was just quite a handy little, versus a game the size of GTA and all that. It was kind of like a little bit of a niche game that there's obviously much bigger YouTubers, like SD11 for a start, that are also doing SnowRunner stuff, but there was a little bit more room in the marketplace for me to do videos that actually kind of appear, versus, yeah, something like GTA, just every single gaming YouTuber on the planet pretty much is going to do GTA the day it comes out. And it'll be the guys with like millions of subscribers, really, that are just going to automatically be like, they're going to be the top. So, yeah, I don't think there'll be a lot of room left if you're like a smaller YouTuber. Looks like, do you know what, I'll go this way, because I went that way last time because it got to the first historical thing, but I don't need to go to the first one, so let's try this route out. This thing still gets stuck on rocks, but it seems like it makes a bit more of an effort. Oh, let's go in low gear. It's not looking good. Can we, oh yeah, shit, I've got no winches. Well, maybe this way wasn't too good. Can we shift over to the left? This is the sort of thing where I was going to say get a run up, but there ain't a lot of running up to be had with this gearbox. Nope. Well, we'll try that other way. If not, I'll just send in the goddamn horse and just hoist it up there myself. Again, yeah, winches, they really could do with adding. Even if they, in their opinion, it makes the game too easy or whatever. Like, I don't think it really matters at this point. You can have, like, even with SnowRunner and this game, you can sort of make the mission as hard or easy as you want to a degree. So at that point, they can sort of leave it up to personal choice. Like, even difficult AI routes and like stuff like that on here. If you're willing to build enough roads and all the rest of it, you can make it an absolute easy drive for the AI, or you can send it on a more difficult route. So I don't think they need to worry too much about making sure the game is difficult enough. They need to worry more about making trucks like this climb up hills. And yeah, winches. Well, at least it made it up there. Probably want to go around this way. Hitman 1, 2 and 3 were online. Elusive targets, limited time. Once you finish a mission, succeed or fail, that was it. You can't get the unlocks if you miss it, but you can at least replay it now. Fair enough. Again, I've played some of the earlier games, but I can't, like, I never sort of played it properly. I think it was one of them games, the earlier ones, that like my brother had or something, and I sort of borrowed it for a bit, just kind of fucked around on it. Never really had it as like the game that I'm playing for the next couple of months or something, so I have vague memories of it, but not too much. Lay slabs to the power plant. I don't know what it is you're on about, dude. They deliver objects. Are you on about you store resources? Which is, I'll store them at my own place, and then I think it counts them when you've got enough. Yeah, I can't see taking any slabs to a power plant. I hope this thing should cut across here. In fact, can we kill that tree? Because it's better if that's out of the way. We can. I think I'm heading basically, yeah, for where the third one was anyway, so I don't really need to put a flag, it's already marked. Where, oh yeah, that you can see that structure just in the distance a little bit, so that's where the second one was, so we're nearly there. Oh yeah, what's the snorkel like on this thing? Oh, I was saying that, this one's pretty good actually, isn't it? It's basically the roof. Oh yeah, I jumped down. No, in fact, this looks like I can go this way. I'll try and get to the comments in a sec. I've just got to sort of actually look where I'm going on this one because it's a little bit tricky. The M's are missing. Oh yeah, the world is not enough. Yeah, that's the one. Which yeah, like I say, overall I like them. And what's his name, Daniel Craig or whatever. Those Bonds were pretty good as well. Overall, I sort of like all of them. I like some of the older Sean Connery ones and all that as well. And even if you like Timothy Dalton. Can't remember off the top of my head the name of the Bond he was in, but that one was alright as well. Yeah, we're here. Rebel, gotta go, Wolf, laying down, have a good day. Yeah, no worries, dude. Hope you're feeling better afterwards. Yeah, cheers for popping in. Right, Boa, big day tomorrow, or should I say today? Yeah, is that your PlayStation getting here? Yeah, enjoy it, man. Have a lot of fun on it. And obviously, I know you like making your videos at some point, but don't worry too much about getting one of them cranked out instantly. Just, yeah, have a good old time on the game. I think you'll definitely like it if you like SnowRunner.
These guys aren't big on wasting time.
I do, again, SnowRunner 2 I'd prefer, but this is definitely
They needed that truck.
in a similar genre, and it'll certainly keep you busy for a while.
Keep things interesting.
Yeah, then find Rebel by choice, Miss You Wolf, RBC Truckin'. Yeah, like I say, Rebel's got SnowRunner videos, so if you need that good stuff, SnowRunner content, that's the place to go. Cargo truck. Oh, it wants me to go there. Where is it? Yeah. Fuck it, let's do it. I wasn't going to pick another driving mission, but it's not as far away. Although this is the rear-wheel drive Azov. Although, to be fair, once it gets going, I've found this isn't that slow, which is a start. You do pay the price of not having all-wheel drive, but at least it doesn't hang around. It's a goddamn horse. So I've just got to figure out quickly which way out. Can I cut over there? It looks like I can. Yeah, like I say, at this point I've not done these missions, so I mean obviously I can read the mission and see roughly what it is, but everything up to about now I'd kind of had a trial run at. Oh, I went out. Oh yeah, this is where I'm hoping you can bring power to lay a cable.
Not many folk like cleaning up their own mess, like these oil spills, and even fewer like cleaning up someone else's mess. So you have the right to grumble. But there's
So one thing I think they need to do in this game, you can see I'm bleeding most of the power out the rear axle. The middle one's kind of jiggling but not doing a lot. They need like the equivalent of some kind of LSD where it's like a limited slip diff and it's actually feeding power to all the drivable wheels and not just bleeding it on like whichever wheel has the least grip. Yeah, then I want to roughly go this way. Rebel, thanks Wolf, no worries man. Tom Speed, yeah, no worries. Sorry it's not more, but wanted you to drop something. Oh, sorry, wanted to drop you something. No worries, man. That's fucking £2 more than I deserve, so I appreciate it, man. Don't think it's a small amount. Like I say, it all goes... overall, it's basically going to go towards, like... I suppose internet and all that, but... yeah, toward like future DLCs and stuff really, so helps me keep getting stuff to make videos on and that, so I appreciate it. I think I am going the right way. Here we are. Just got distracted by that. That's obviously something I've got to drop off at some point. Don't know what my cat is on tonight, but it's climbing all over the place. Yeah, what the hell did I hit there? A whole lot of nothing. Well, I mean, this vehicle's going to get down this slope thing I'm about to drive down. I hope it doesn't expect me to get it back up. If it does, I'm definitely going to have to send in the loaf. There's no way in hell this thing is getting back up here. I was going to say, yeah, is it going to fix anything? Nope. Oil spill. As rewarding as this feels, someone's going to need to come back for a thorough cleanup. As rewarding as what feels? A giant oily crater. Oh, bring the pumps. Oh, we've also got them. Do I have a mule nearby? I could winch it with a loaf, but it's a bit hit and miss when you're dragging stuff. Sometimes it bounces around fine behind you, like, funnily enough, on Sunken. Oh, well, I have got a mule there, but I may as well recover it. I was dragging... I said last week I ended up tipping the mule, and I was getting a barrel and a toy truck. And as I tipped it, I ended up winching just the barrel with the Hummer, and I left the toy truck. So tonight I went and grabbed the toy truck, and I was towing it behind... I think it was the Don 72. And just the weight of dragging that toy truck behind me was making the Don drive slow as hell compared to like what speed it could theoretically get up to. So yeah, it's a little like, and considering it's a toy truck, you'd imagine it wouldn't really do anything to add any kind of resistance to me driving, but yeah, it made a hell of a difference. So I sort of learnt my lesson on freestyle dragging things. Oh shit, do you know what, thankfully I can just loop back round on this road, but I was about to set off and I didn't even grab the pumps. That's what she said. That one. Oh, they are side missions I've been doing. It doesn't really matter. I kind of like cashing them all in it. Yeah, getting like more XP and all that. But I assume they're not as important. See, Kelly talks shit. No, I like it. Open sesame. Boa, it's been stupid hot today. 31 degrees, not unusual, but stupid hot. Whereabouts are you? It's been, in the UK, it's been toasty. I don't know if it's been 31, but roughly speaking, like, that kind of level, which is unusual for the UK. Thankfully though, last like, normally we get a day or two of sun, but it's so rainy here most of the time that even when it's sunny, it's really muggy because obviously all like the water starts evaporating. But it's been really nice and sunny in the UK for like the last couple of weeks really, and I think it's kind of got to the point where most of the surface level water has kind of evaporated away, and now there's like a bit of a nice breeze blowing in the air, and yeah, so even though it's been roasting hot, it's not been as intolerable as it normally is in the UK, because as long as there is a nice breeze blowing, it's not too bad. It's when it's just like, normally when it's sunny, it's absolutely like zero wind and it's just stuffy as hell, and yeah, basically like 100% humidity. It's like living in a sauna. But I have to say, considering I am a bit of a night creature and I don't normally see too much sun, obviously I've been helping sort the garden out and all that. Yeah, and it's been pretty nice. Might have even got a bit of a tan for the first time in a while. You know, funny enough, when I was out in the garden earlier, where I said that massive glass shower panel thing that was like an 8 foot by 10 foot sheet of tempered glass that fell over and shattered, where I've cleaned all that up, there's like, it's like a little sort of, I don't know, section at the side of the house, and some spider has built like he built a massive web going like right across. It's probably like, I don't know, 6 or 7 foot of like one strand of web going across the gap. I bet he's loving it now that shower panel's finally out of the way. But he's always telling Mrs. Spider, like, yeah, can't build a web, there's a bloody glass shower panel in the way. And now it broke. And she's like, eh, you said. Probably told him, yeah, I bet Spider-Man would build a web. And he's like, right, bitch, I'll show you a web. And yeah, I actually respect it, because he did like a 7-foot web, but 6 3/4 foot of it is just one strand of spider web, and then he's built like a tiny little web at the edge. But yeah, I just thought it was funny, because it definitely wasn't there yesterday, because glass panel and all that fell, and I was cleaning it all up, but he got to work. He showed Mrs. Spider what he can do. Hope he catches some flies. He deserves it. As long as they don't come in my fucking house. Just quickly. It's looking like that's... Oh, then again, I've got to drive all over that. I might just... Oh. Yeah, that'll do. It looks like the easiest way down. Reminds me of the story of a competition at Hooters for waitresses to hit sales goals. Winner gets a new Toyota, or so they believed. Yeah, something rings a bell about that. I can't remember how they scammed them, but it was... I don't think it was this, but it say it was like a toy car instead of a real car. There was one, I'm sure, a radio station. Is there like a suite in America called 100 grand or something? So they were saying to someone like, you win this competition, you'll win 100 grand. And then they ended up giving them like a candy bar, I suppose as you call it, over there. Crane legs out. It's quite chilled on light, as long as you just throw the cargo near where it wants it. It's pretty relaxed about accepting it and not making you like faff around with the crane. Oh, it is. It's draining the oil. Rebel 32 here today. Yeah, that's definitely pretty toasty. Boa, staff and public were outraged when she was given a... That was it, Toyota. Public spoke up, they bought her a car. Yeah, do you know what, I was just going to say, I couldn't remember which one though, but I remember one of the competitions did some cheesy thing. And between like public pressure and lawsuits, they had to kind of cough up on what they promised. Which is fair enough. You could almost think, alright, as a joke at first, you go, oh, we meant a toy Yoda, but... Especially when it's a massive company like Hooters, and then it's basically fucking over a waitress to make her the butt of the joke. It's like, it's a bit harsh. Again, if you did it quickly as a joke, but to actually try and be like, no, seriously, we're just giving you a toy Yoda and not an actual car, when a car wouldn't really mean anything to them by comparison. I've never been to Hooters. I didn't even know we had them in the UK until... there was some news in the some story in the news like a month ago, and it was nothing to do with Hooters, just whoever it was in the news, I can't even remember. They took a photo of them in London, and in the background was, or it might not have been London, it might have been Manchester, Liverpool, I can't remember, but there was a Hooters in the background, and I thought like, oh shit, I've obviously heard about them, you see them in like American films and all that, but I've never seen one. I didn't realise they were over here. Well, that's going to take a bit of a while. Wants me to store them. I mean, the steel pipes facility, I can craft a load of shit. There is there. Concrete slabs, though. Well, I suppose there was... I'm saying that, actually. Concrete slabs. I can get, like, there's loads of concrete scrap there. Where is the concrete slabs facility? Or am I missing something? Oh yeah, shit, here. I am missing something. Oh, there's quite a lot around there. I don't know how much of a pain in the arse it's going to be to get it from there to the top. I could send in the loaf. Well, send in, say, a mule to collect it and the loaf to pull it up, but if it tips while it's on the way. I suppose it's got the straps, actually. Well, anyway, let's see what other missions there is. What time is it? So we've got about, say, about another hour. What's this one? Do you know what? I might do this one. Because the other part of the mission, I may as well lay this. Yeah, that's what she said. I'm kind of curious what's going to happen with this cable laying thing. It looks a bit of a mad route. Where am I actually going? Oh, I'm going north. I may as well go this way anyway. Depends what AI vehicle they send out. If it's a Voron, it's not too bad, but if it's one of them bloody vans or something, you've got no chance of like cutting across there. You may as well be pretty precise about following the road, which I'm sure I'm going to have to dig up at some point. Maybe it's there that you can get the cable layer across. Well, I think we're about to find out anyway, because that's the mission I'm planning on. What is it? Oh, it's one of them utility vehicles. It might stand a... It's a mule. Probably a better chance than the van, I'd imagine. I think, yeah, that was this one. Right. Where did I leave my cable layer? It was up here. Oh, sorry. I think a comment about. Oh no, it's alright. Sorry, the Bearded Homesteader. I missed your comment. I have the hardest time live streaming. Hardly do it. It's definitely more. I like doing it, but I just mean it's more difficult than you'd think. Because you end up trying to pay attention to like 5 different things. Like at the side of the screen, I've got the comments, but then there's a window saying like how many viewers and the chat rate. Then there's another one saying like your FPS and if you're missing frames and the signal and all that sort of stuff. Then obviously on a game like this, I'm sort of looking where I'm going and what I'm doing. There is quite a lot to juggle around. What the hell? I'm pretty sure I didn't hit the button. Maybe I did, but I don't know why it was already in cable laying mode. Bit of an eager beaver. Oh, Winnipeg, Canada. Fair enough. Is that pretty toasty then for, like, Canada? I assume it probably is, because it's like north of America. You do seem to get a bit of snow around there. Like I said, I've seen Fargo. Seen that snowy landscape. Well, I wouldn't have put money on me pushing one of them with a bloody cable layer. Thought the cable layer would be a lot slower. We can go for the overtake. That's right, mate. You're about to get rammed anyway. Right. Again, I suppose I hope it's there, because I can't see any other option. After that, fuck knows. Gonna try and head that way, figure out where it's gonna let me cross on this rail track. Might there looks like it's possible as well. It looks like the track, yeah, in fact that's, so it's probably there. So I'll probably have to like loop around, but we'll figure that out. After that, it should be, might get a little bit tricky around there, but oh shit, how the tables have turned. How the turns have tabled. Now he's pushing me. Right. Get out of the way, you tosser. Wonder if they'll ever implement, you know, like, I don't know, a bit like Grand Theft Auto 5 levels of AI where the AI sort of moves out the way. Like earlier on, again, funnily enough, when I was messing around on Sunken, I was driving over a bridge, and the AI, because I've just drawn the line straight down the middle of the bridge, he obviously drives straight down the middle. And as I was coming the other way, I sort of needed him to move over a bit, but they don't. They just blindly and strictly follow the line you've drawn, for the most part. Yeah, if they implemented a little sense of, like, collision detection and all that, and just moved over a little bit, would be quite nice. Right, I don't really have high hopes about this, but we'll see. Right, looks like it's gonna. I mean, again, considering it cock blocks you on various sections, it doesn't make it very clear that you'd be able to chew through that kind of land. It's sort of taught you by now that you wouldn't be allowed to do that. So I can see why some people have been kind of struggling, like trying to think what does the game intend you to actually do. But for whatever reason, some places on this map look like a road, but I mean, I'm sure if I went to the left, it'd probably moan. But yeah, I mean, that first cable I laid earlier to the substation thing was that definitely cut over some roads that look a bit tarmacked. And as you get to the substation, that whole sort of yard area looks like it's a tarmac as well. Rebel, $100,000 bar. Is that it? Yeah, so they must have done like a radio competition or something and ended up giving them one of them. I can't remember though. That's what I knew one of them ended up suing, but I can't remember which one. But yeah, it might have been that. Well, oh, fair enough. There is a rock. Do you know what though? Does it? Because it does like a radius around where you're cutting. Yeah. I mean, strictly speaking, that wouldn't be realistic, but I don't care about that. I technically did hop over the rock. So, at least there's that option as well. Like, you do get a little bit of leeway with, he says. Which is good, but you know, if I was designing this mission, personally, I wouldn't have sections like that. Just because it doesn't make a lot of game sense. Like, it's nice to have a little workaround that it's got a little radius of, like, cable laying area around it. But yeah, you'd think, like, whatever things I just hit, it'd make more sense just to not have them in the ground. Like, it didn't happen to me on this live stream, but when I brought the first cable out of the construction plant and through the orange tree orchard. Oh yeah, we've got this section. Last time I got caught on something in the orchard, but it never really told me what. There wasn't really anything I could see. You'd think they'd sort of make sure to keep the area clear of stuff you're going to get snagged on. If it's like the official route it intends you to take, obviously. I understand if I go off over there, I'm going to hit a rock. Well, I'm trying to turn right the entire time, but wasn't really having much of it. It should be alright now. Right, good. So at least that gets me across there. I'm just going to follow up this way, but if it starts moaning, I'll go over to the left. This just looks easier if it works. Rebel, Catherine Ryan opened first Hooters in the UK. Catherine Ryan. Oh, is she that comedian? On like 8 out of 10 cats and all that. What have we hit now? Can we get away with it? We can. Oh, for fuck's sake. So I don't mind that it's stopping me, it's like, what is it stopping me on? If I can't see it, how did I know to avoid it? reminded me the other day as well, when you see like these little lines I've been digging everywhere, you could make a pretty good Tremors game on this game. Like giant fat worms running around that are trying to eat you. And yeah, I don't know. Got to rebuild the town before the worms eat you. I could come up with all kinds of games based off this just deformable terrain and all the rest of it. Could have a Jurassic Park game, a Tremors game. At that point you could go into like slapstick Tremors style game, or you could go on full on horror game and all sorts. Possibilities are endless. Right, I believe I completed that one. Oh, infrastructure route. It's not asking for electricity yet. Fuck it, let's do this one. See again, like they're all going to start crashing into each other, which is just a bit untidy. I mean, yeah, in hindsight, if you know, at least you can try and organise them a bit better, but it's a little bit late by now, and I won't waste everyone's time while I spend 10 minutes trying to realign them all. I've got a bit of a way to... I mean, I may as well just roughly follow where I did the cable. Although obviously this is like, will whatever vehicle it sends start getting stuck on the thing I've just gouged out the map? If that is the case, then I would recommend, if possible, do this mission, get that done before you lay the cable, just so you don't kind of put a big fat mound down the middle of the road that it's going to get stuck on. Looks like I can... I think I could get round that way, but I'm just going to move it over here. It appears I already have an AI route over here. I don't even remember drawing that. I'm sure I did. Like tonight as well. Got some serious goldfish memory going on these days. I think when I started learning about PCs, I'm hoping it was that anyway, my brain just finally said, fuck it. Get rid of the song lyrics to this and that song and... I don't know, all kinds of important stuff probably. Right, so that is that ticking along. So we have pretty much done everything except prepare resources. So I may as well get on with this. I don't know if I'll get all the way through it. There's a lot of slabs and pipes to get done. However, it's probably not a bad... If I get, say, at least half of it or whatever done, I might get it all done. We'll see how long it takes. At least when I do the live stream next week, I won't start the stream where I have to get 11 pipes and 9 slabs. I can kind of have it half done. So once I craft all the pipes there, I'm still going to have to carry them round to there, so they're in my storage. And the same with the slabs at the other end, really. I've got to be honest though, I'd rather go and do the slab part, I reckon, at the minute. I mean, there is a fair amount of scrap in there. Between, like, you got those big, I think they're train wheels, or it might be truck wheels actually, with no rubber on the alloy or whatever. Between all of that, plus worst case, all those pipes would probably cash in for quite a bit as well. Just curious how easy I can drag one of these pipes. I mean, they haven't really got many. I suppose they got the semi-truck, actually, you can buy with like a big sideboard kind of semi-trailer style thing, so maybe that's the option. You dare disrespect the old loaf. Come on, you tosser. Awful talkative for someone who's a sleep rebel. I'm laying down but still listening. Fell asleep in my chair. Sometimes a nap is good. I'll take one of these there. I won't go back and forth, but I was just wanting to see if this is even like quick enough dragging it with the loaf versus, yeah, maybe later on or something. I could buy one of those semi-trucks with the flatbed semi-trailer thing, and I assume that should fit one of these in. Why did they fuck it? Oh my god, if you fucked it there. What hope have we got? Oh, you're just a noob. I heard partial comment about getting the railroad up and running in connection with a power plant and something about a bridge. I'm not too sure, dude. We'll find out one day. Barber, hello, how's it going, dude? Boa, fast asleep then almost awake. Feels like I'm laying down, holding my phone, trying to watch it. Read some in. Then the thought comes to my phone is on the table playing music and I'm asleep. Just be like that sometimes. It's like I generally have insomnia, so it's pretty rare, but I like it when I get hit with like extreme tiredness where I feel like I could fall asleep standing up. I actually like enjoy it. I mean, preferably if you have somewhere to close your eyes for 5 minutes, but it's rare I actually fall asleep, but just, yeah, enjoying the feeling of extreme tiredness is quite nice, because I say normally it's lacking for some reason. It reminds me actually, I'm about to run out of sleeping tablets and I'm gonna see how it goes, I think, anyway, without them. I don't know how, worst case it'll end up fucking me up a bit and I may miss a day of doing a video. If it does, I'll end up probably just get some more. But yeah, I do take quite a lot of them and I'd rather not, but obviously insomnia is the alternative choice, which is not great as well. Right. Oh, we have confirmed the loaf is a goddamn professional. Let's go and get some concrete stuff. And do you know what, actually? I suppose I could buy... Where is the old beast? Be nice if there was a bit more order to them. They're not even in alphabetical order or anything. This crane truck thing. What colours have we got? I have to say that blue is definitely pretty nice. One of my more favourite colours. I mean, that tends to suit it quite well. Okay, I'm going for that for a bit. Right, this thing is not the most rapid. What route have we failed again? Did we not just watch him drive past that? Like, I'm sure we literally caught in, well, not quite 4K. And how did he get stuck on that? Ow. It's probably this fucking thing. Well, let's be honest. That has practically zero fucking chance of getting anywhere. Try and move these over a bit, but yeah, now I get it. Worst case, I'll have to send the loaf in and push them or something. I'll leave them, see how they go. I'll get on with the concrete. Worst case, between... I never really had to do it with SnowRunner, but between this stream and next stream, I can come onto the map kind of when I've got an hour or two spare and tidy a few things up, so maybe some of these AI routes will look a little bit different next week, like just tidied them up and, yeah, maybe pushed a few vehicles just to get them cashed in and all the rest of it. Yeah, it's the only thing. I do like this, but if only it was a bit quicker, so... Because unless, like, you could recall it with a loaf, but obviously you've got to have the loaf in the correct place to begin with. Yeah, it's not the quickest for driving across a map. Although again, it's pick up speed down there, and then it will go slow on the bridge. Not as bad, but definitely slower. And yeah, that's partly, like I say, the only reason I've not really used it since I've bought it. To be fair, I've not had that much need to use it. I don't mind too much for the purposes I've been messing around anyway, the grabber crane thing on the back. However, it is obviously a bit less convenient, shall we say, than the mule crane, where it's like once you're near enough you just press X and it kind of attaches the cables to stuff, whereas this one you have got to like manually grab everything. So there's a few advantages and disadvantages to it, but yeah, the main one being it's no Roadrunner. Barber, yeah, even a little would be nice. The only strat they have is ramming, it seems like. What's that with? Is that getting the AI vehicles to yeah, make a bit of progress? Rebel, yes she is. What a lovely set of hooters she has. Yeah, true. I think she's got a boob job or something, hasn't she? Which, admittedly, it often does help the look. I definitely prefer natural tits, though. Oh, we're getting some sparks going. But yeah, I suppose it makes sense that she opened a Hooters in that case. Bearded Homesteader. I need to build a PC to edit and do my channel. Don't do games, but editing. Oh shit. On my iPad and phone is a pain in the ass. Yeah, true. Like, I mean, I used to do my editing on the PS4, which overall isn't too bad because it's got a thing called Share Factory, which is like its own sort of in-house editing thing. I actually tried to look if they had Share Factory for the PC because DaVinci Resolve was doing my head in. But they didn't. But yeah, I've got, in theory, like, I mean, it wouldn't be too hard to do because it's, for me, it's not like a complicated video, but I've got like a couple of good games on World of Tanks Blitz on my phone, essentially. And yeah, I could edit them and put them on YouTube and that, but it's definitely a lot more hassle than that doing it. I've not got an iPad. I assume it's similar, but iPad probably has a little bit more leeway probably with editing. But yeah, sticking to a phone is definitely a little bit awkward. Again, unless you just bang like the World of Tanks Blitz video, for example. I could basically just upload it as one video, so that probably wouldn't be too difficult. But if I somehow got like a day's worth of Roadcraft footage on my phone and then I had to edit it like I do on the PC, yeah, I think that'd be pretty tricky. And just sort of, you'd know it's not the most efficient way of doing it. Well, saying that, DaVinci Resolve isn't the most efficient way of doing anything. They've somehow managed to overcomplicate every single aspect of editing. Like, now I've figured out each bit, it's easier, but it's still just objectively a ridiculously overcomplicated way of doing certain things. I don't know why they've made it so stupid. Like I said, my suspicion is the people that work there want to keep working there, so they've just made it to where, like, it's so complicated they need the programmers around to figure out what the hell's going on. Right. Got over to that so I can actually see. I think the cargo or concrete, whatever, should flash up. Oh, after all that, if this is just going to get stuck on bloody rocks. Oh, in fairness, that is quite a juicy rock. It's not looking good though. Oh, fuck it, I'm not going to sit there all day doing that. Bit of a disappointment though. I'd probably argue at this point I wouldn't bother buying that vehicle, especially if you're a little bit short on money, because yeah, it's not really bringing a lot to the table, especially if it's getting stuck that easily. Could have just saved myself 5 minutes by not driving that thing. Now I've got to drive this slow fucking thing all the way there again. Yeah, they need to do something with that Epic. I like the concept of it. I like that it's on tracks. So far, I haven't even minded the crane. Like, I ended up grabbing the Malamute tyre and lifting a crane in the air. That's probably... I lifted a barrel at some point as well. But yeah, just overall, I'm not really loving that truck as much as it should be loved. Like I say, I think rocks in this game, I don't know what it is about them, they're just quite sort of grippy, and once you get propped up on them, you're pretty screwed. And then, because there isn't winches in this game, or for the most part, for most vehicles, you're kind of beached on it and that's it. And again, you could send in the loaf or a scout, but that's a lot of faffing around every time you get stuck on a rock, of which there are thousands per map. So they probably could do with toning that down a bit. I mean, after driving that crane, it makes this feel pretty rapid. I will go and do that route failed in a minute, but now I've actually built a bit of speed up in this, I don't want to let go of the accelerator to make that AI route continue. I'll just wait until I'm near the concrete plant and I'll go and check it out. Rebel on YouTube Studio, it told me 73.7% of my viewers are not subscribers. Yeah, it does with me as well. I think in many cases, like, I think for a lot of people, most are. I can't remember, like, recently, but, or, you know, like, recently as in the last few days or whatever. I'm sure mine's somewhere around, like, 40% of people are subscribers, so 60% aren't. Something like that. You kind of hear it every now and then with some YouTubers sort of mention it, like, that often the bulk of people watching their videos aren't specifically subscribed. But I think sort of YouTube does it the way, like, if you watch someone's video, it tends to just put more of their videos in the feed, and then, yeah, some people end up, like, they watch your stuff and they get recommended your other videos and all that, but yeah, they've just not specifically subscribed. There are some people I watch that I'm not subscribed to. It could be for multiple reasons. Like, sometimes, like, if you put a lot of videos out a day, some people won't subscribe because they don't want to keep getting notifications, like, several times a day. Now this ends up just being as bad as the other one. They both get stuck and can't move. Where is he? I know what time it is. Yeah, sorry about this. It's going to be the third attempt at driving up there. But the goddamn horse should be able to wiggle his way through everything. Plus he has a winch if not. But obviously I need those vehicles there to load the cargo into, so... I had to take one of them, but... yeah. I mean, I don't know, I suppose unless it expects us to, say... go into that crater and build roads in there, which I suppose is doable. You could certainly pour sand and all the rest of it, but I've got to be honest, I don't really fancy the chances of the paver going down into that fucking crater and paving anything, so it can't really be the main way to do it. Boa, ever read Stephen King's Insomnia? I'm not sure, but something vaguely rings a bell. No, I think I might be thinking of a film. Someone made a film called Insomnia that's like 2.5 days long. The film is or something. I don't think so. I'm sort of, again, it's vaguely ringing a bell. Like, I think I've heard of it or something, like, but nothing's really jumping out at me. What's that joke? Did you hear the one about the dyslexic agnostic insomniac? He stayed up at nights wondering if there was a dog. What's a truck from SnowRunner you would want to see in this game? It's a good question. I think the Dolphin would be pretty good, like the Azov 5319 or whatever it's called. If you had like, I mean, I suppose in any form, but preferably if it was like the a crane and sideboard combo, essentially like a bit of a bigger brother to the mule, I suppose. Obviously that's assuming, like, I would say the loaf first, and I still stand by that, but assuming it's not just because I'd want a goddamn professional, well, another one, should I say, in the game. Yeah, probably the Dolphin. What else would be another good one? I mean, the Zik 605R would probably be an interesting one. We've got the Zik 605E in this game, but so far it's got a trailer sort of attached to it, so we don't have it in like its own form, which I'm sure at some point in the future they'll add it in where we can get just that vehicle on its own. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be those sort of vehicles, really. The Taiga, that'd be an interesting one to have in the game. I mean, they made this side ramped, about the only way you can get in here, but clearly it's a bit of an awkward sod. It seems to more be, like, you can see the mule is crashed into a piece of concrete that I don't think it'd be able to get past or anything anyway, and this is looking like if I go this way, I might end up getting me loaf stuck. At least the loaf has articulation, so you can at least try and, like, wiggle around and all the rest of it, but gotta be honest, it's not looking good. Haven't got anything to win. I was hoping a bit further away than that. That tree over there would have been nice. Why is that Epic now going forward on its own, but it wouldn't even go... Oh, I'm winched. Won't help. My reversing efforts. Yeah, it's definitely an awkward beast. I'll give it that. I don't really know what it is I'm hooked on. I think like the non-movable debris, like the bits of concrete and all that, have got like some pretty janky hitboxes on them. Yeah, it's that thing that's under like the rear section of my loaf that is giving me the most trouble at the minute. The loaf doesn't tap out easily, but it's oh yeah, look, there's like a beam sticking up as well. That's definitely not helping. Back that way. I kind of turned the wrong way and it shoved the front of the loaf back the opposite way to what I wanted, really. Yeah, I mean, I can't even really pull if I get a bit further over to the side, but I can't pull the mule forward because it's propped on that concrete. The epic's kind of blocked by that. If I could put the front of the loaf winch to the back of the mule, that'd help. I'm sure if I sit here and wiggle around I can get out of it, but yeah, it's not very, I don't know, game friendly. Like, I can't really help that that concrete beam is just sticking out the ground, and if everything's getting stuck on it, then it's going to be a bit of an issue for a while. Get that bloody mule out of the way would kind of help. See if I can. Why do I keep firing a winch out? See if I can back this up a little bit. Nope, stuck in there pretty good. And see. See if I can hoist the loaf front around a little bit. Should do it. Not quite. At this point, I think I can wiggle free, but I'm not really gonna be satisfied with that solution. Oh, handbrake going out. Because whatever else I drive in here is just going to get stuck, and you can see there it's now pinging off that concrete post, so it's like I'm getting hooked into the actual hitbox of it, which, yeah, again, is a bit of a shit map design in a way. If I'd known this, I would have just jumped off any old ledge. Like, this looked like the route in here, so... post, that's what I needed. So I could move the front of the loaf around. I mean, we can winch to this, but since it's stuck against that concrete pole, it's, yeah, just not going to do a lot. Can I winch to the back? At this point I could do with recovering the crane, really, although it might end up like propping itself into the rocks and sort of levering the mule over that pipe. Let's find out. It's like poked a rock up onto the building as well. See, again, the reason why more vehicles should have winches is like, I can obviously, I'm pulling the mule now from the loaf, but if I now switch to the mule, I can't winch from my mule to the loaf. Oh. Do you know what? I had this glitch the other day, probably about like a week ago in Sunken. It's just saying engine not running and it won't let me fold the crane, won't let me do the anchors. Yeah, what a pain in the arse at the end of the game. I don't even know, like, I could recover it, but I don't really want to do that because then I've got to drive the thing all the way back. only plan left. Well, I reckon I could drive the loaf out there now, but oh yeah, thankfully they are nearby. I need the mule or the epic to move really, because I need to grab concrete and all the rest of it. I could go there and pour sand. In fact, you know what? Go out this way. Yeah, looks like I'm just going to end up getting stuck for the rest of the stream. There might be easier ways. I mean, that route I cleared in the port, like, pushed the concrete out to the side. It's probably worth scavenging that, because this is very quickly looking like it's going to be more hassle than it's worth to get the concrete out of this crater. Bearing in mind that I've not even got any yet. Imagine when the mule is full of concrete and the suspension's all kind of squidged down. The thing's going to have no chance. And even, like, again, dragging it out with a loaf is fine, but if it's just going to get caught on, like, every random jagged hitbox of stuff I can't delete or anything, then I'm not happy with that as a method to do it. Even if you can, like, I wouldn't really want to do it on live stream, but if I was in my own time making a video, I could theoretically sit there for 2 hours and slowly struggle through it, but I'm not really happy that that would be a solution to it. There should be a better, cleaner way of doing it than that. The only thing I can think is pour some sand where they are, and obviously that should, like, sort of lift them up, like it'll pour the sand underneath them. But yeah, I mean, bringing the dozer down here and that is going to be sketchy, to say the least. Is it going to let me refill? No, it is not. Do we have a quarry in the area? Oh, fucking typical. However, if we go and buy a mobile quarry, yeah, this is 62 grand as well. That paver thing is 62. I'd say you get a lot more vehicle here for your money. Yeah, that one. What's this, like the fourth vehicle I've had to drive up there? Yeah, overall my advice would be I just wouldn't get the concrete from there. I may as well plough on and see what I can make happen, but there's got to be easier places than that. Sure, I did cut that corner a bit. I actually quite like, even with the sand scalp thing on the back, once it gets up to speed and I'm not dragging it on the walls and that, this thing actually kind of travels along at a semi-respectable speed. Again, this hill certainly helps. Side that was catching. The Bearded Homesteader. I use Lumen and Fusion. I've never heard of them, but I'm definitely not I don't know, the most well-informed person on, like, PC stuff and all that, or editing in general. Like, beyond yeah, Share Factory on the PS4 was kind of the only thing I used really until I got my PC. There's that Rebel. One thing I didn't check if PS5 has Share Factory. I don't know 100%, but it's bound to. If it's not specifically Share Factory, it'd have to be something like, it's got to have editing software of some kind, and given that Share Factory seems to be like a Sony PlayStation exclusive editing software, I'd be, yeah, 99% sure that the PS5 will have the same things. Like I say, I looked on the PC to see if I could get that, and it's not available on PC, so obviously it is like something that's just sort of exclusive to the PlayStation. So you see there, like if he just moved over a bit, like just naturally, like they really don't give a fuck. They just drive at you. But at Homesteader, you can sell vehicles back at a bit of a loss. Yeah, true. It's not too much. It's roughly around 10%, I think you lose. But personally, I preferred it on SnowRunner, where you can sell it back for what you paid, because at least then you can test every vehicle. But if you end up not liking it, you don't have to like remain invested in it. Oh yeah, that's going to be plenty enough. I was just thinking, oh, then again, they're driving along there. Oh, fuck it, then I'll just drive around this way. But yeah, at least it doesn't cost you too much in this game. The only problem is there's, in theory, only a finite amount of money you can make on this game. Until or unless they add something where, like, whether it is the AI routes or whatever, where you can get money out of it perpetually. So in theory, you could end up getting to a point where you've bought and sold enough vehicles and spent all your money. Yeah, and you've got no missions left to make more money. Whereas, like, at least in SnowRunner, for example, with like the contests and all that, you can keep doing them as many times as you want. I have entered. Is it because I'm not flat enough? And correct me if I'm wrong. That is an active I keep saying worry radius or something. Quarry radius. Again, we've either got some kind of degenerative brain disease or, yeah, the stuff I learnt about PC fried my brain. That's best case scenario. Well, I don't know, the game's just being a massive troll. Now it's saying I'm not in an active quarry radius. Yeah, I don't know, but it's all gone wrong. See, why have I got like, I mean, I'm in a quarry radius, but then it's acting like that's like some quarry radius vacuum going on. Yeah, it's just for some reason. I don't know, the game's like being weird because that's still saying engine not running. That's another thing I hope they change. Like, I like tracked vehicles obviously, but every time you try and steer, it obviously cuts the power to one track, which is kind of like, they should have it more like clutch braking or whatever, where it slows down one side of the tracks, but preferably if they were still both moving. Yeah, but I mean, this thing's beached on a rock, and I don't really fancy its chances of getting it over there anyway. The mule won't start for some reason. The bloody bowhead won't refill. Yeah, not looking good. Obviously this is all the concrete scrap, but if I can't get to it, it's not much use. Oh yeah, well that's scrap, so yeah, I was going to say it'll drag it towards me before it drags the loaf towards it. I should get out of here, like. Oh shit, why am I in low again? Oh, I'm on that fat rock. That probably isn't helping. Yeah, apologies, it's been a bit of a awkward shit ending to the stream, but I'm probably going to call it a day in a minute, because if it's just messing around, I'm going to end up having to quit and reload the game. Once I load it back up, it should be fine. That fixed it for me last time it did that, and it's only, yeah, I think it was about a week ago. It's got to be a week or two ago it did it to me, where I flipped a vehicle and flipped it back. Same thing with a mule, really. that I think's happened, and it's kind of just stayed in some kind of like, assuming it's flipped mode, so it's not starting the engine, and then because of that, it's another reason I think they just need to program it separately, where you can pack the crane away and operate the crane legs based off, like, even if your engine's not running. I'm sure in real life, I don't know if it'd last too long, but I'm sure you could run it off like electrics versus like the engine has to be running. There's some slabs there actually as well, for what it's worth. That's only 3 of them. I assume, yeah, they do count, so get those 3, which you'll be able to reach without dropping into this hole. But I mean, that's where else? Oh, there's shitloads of concrete over here. Yeah, so I probably just went to the absolute fucking worst place possible, really. I just kind of figured because it was next to the concrete plant that it would make a bit of sense, but yeah, there seems to be concrete everywhere. Also, there is that there, but obviously you're going to have to drive back over here to the concrete plant. What they got in here? No, that's all more scrap metal. I thought they might have been full slabs. No, a bit of scrap over here. There is, by the way, a steel beams factory somewhere around there. I've uncovered it on my normal playthrough. I've not unlocked it officially yet, but there is one over there. Yeah, like I say, I think I've just picked a bit of a shit place. I'm just not going to bother next week. Well, again, at some point probably between this week and next week, I might nip onto this game and just get at least half of that mission done with the pipes and beams and everything. I don't mind leaving a bit of it in just so I can demonstrate what the mission's about. But yeah, if it's being a bit of an awkward sod, I'll probably get some of that done before next week, so then at least that saves like the first half an hour to an hour of the stream doing that. Sorry, excuse me. About choked. Oh, this is the tracking one. Yeah, they're going to keep getting stuck there. I mean, it's a semi-vehicle, so I don't have much choice. But anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely awkward in here. You can see, again, wiggle the loaf, but I was caught on, like, the corner of that. Too much of a, like, janky crater, really, to, I don't know, sort of consistently do anything. You can just tell, like, even if I do free that mule up, or the epic, I'm just going to get stuck on 50,000 different things. Yeah, and I don't really I'm not happy with that being the way it's supposed to be done, so I'd probably just fuck this crater off. If it wasn't glitching, I don't know, you could sit there and fill sand. I suppose in theory, I wouldn't recommend this, but if you filled enough sand everywhere, it should in theory make the concrete bits, as people were saying earlier, like float to the top. But look at the size of the fucking hole. That's what she said. Yeah, even with a 40-ton bicycle thing, that's going to take some serious fucking sand loads to fill this entire crater up. I mean, yeah, there you go, like, loaf made it out of there, but those other two ain't got a fucking hope in hell. I'm not going to do it now, but I may as well, like, recall them to get them out of there. I'm just not going to, because I won't spend the fuel. I assume what I'll probably do is just recover them to the main garage and drive back or something. Or again, in fact, recover them and I'll just pick scrap from here. It's clearly a lot easier. Just curiosity, is that? No. Those pipes don't count. But yeah, there's shitloads around here. Those things add up to like a slab or two, so it won't actually be that bad, just poaching it from that area. Yeah, apologies though that it ended up being kind of a bit of a waste of time the last half an hour to an hour of just driving various vehicles there and getting stuck. Bo, I wonder if slabs would work. What, there? Maybe, but I'm not laying slabs down to build a road like that. Take fucking forever. I'd have to go and get all the concrete, cash them in 4 slabs, and then bring the slabs over here. And even if I brought 10, I'd probably, I don't know, cover about the length of that semi-truck. At that point, you may as well just bring a dozer, pour sand, and lay a road, I would say, at that point. There might be very specific, like, little patches you could do 1 concrete slab, but the problem you're going to come into, I can already put money on it now, the slab won't sit completely flush on the floor. It may be like, say, if you dropped a slab on the road there, it probably would. But the chances of you being able to lay 10 slabs in a row and them actually have like an equal level and all the rest of it to them is slim to none. The chances are they'll be like, one will be leaning to the left, one will be leaning to the right, one will be propped up the other way. I wouldn't even go there with slabs for that. That's not in a game where you can literally build roads. Like maybe in SnowRunner, if you're winging it in certain sections, since you've got no other choice. But yeah, there'd just be no point, because building a road would just make a lot more sense by then, especially like if it was there. I've got the garage here, so it wouldn't even be very far to drive at that point. Bearded Homesteader, go to the other side of the crater. Yeah, true. I just, again, you wrote that a little bit earlier, but I don't think it's just worth going to that crater, to be honest. It's just, it's too janky on like invisible hitboxes. That's what is. I think like the epic is probably beached on a rock, but you can see it's just there's yeah, that's too janky. They need to smooth that out, or I'm not even mad in the sense of like it's a giant crater. If it effectively is a no-go zone, then I'm fine with that. But yeah, as far as like it just wasn't working very well there, I think I'd get bitten sooner rather than later, especially if I filled it up with concrete and strapped it down and that. I think the weight of it just make it pretty difficult. Even the loaf, to be fair, was struggling like to wiggle and it just getting caught on hitboxes again. But yeah, if the loaf on top of that had to now winch a mule behind it, I mean it would, you've seen it pull the mule around, but you'd just sit there for too long really. Thankfully where you build, yeah, that first road there, I would just poach it all from there. That'd be my plan. Oh, our main character suffers insomnia, but every night he sleeps 1 less minute than the night before. Yeah, that'd be a beast. Still probably a bit more than I get on a normal night, but yeah, it'd be pretty bad if that was real life and you knew you were going to get 1 minute less a night. As he gets less, the sleep gets stranger. Things he finds happening that no one else can see. Would be pretty trippy. Barber, well, this is awkward. Yeah, true. It was a bit of a dodgy end to the live stream, wasn't it? Boa, what's hooked on phonics? I think I was hooked on just about everything over there. Let's see, if it, like that steel bit, concrete beam you can see sticking out, that had a bit of a savage hitbox on it, and then that little concrete slab next to it, yeah. Overall not good. Like I say, this thing is just, I don't even think, yeah, this is stuck on like a janky hitbox. I think this is genuinely just a fat boulder that's just like beached in, yeah, that sort of clears it. No, still engine not running. Chris C7, I think if they tried adding the loaf, they'll take away what made it good in SnowRunner, or at least fail to live up to it. Yeah, true. That's why I'm not bothered if they don't move the loaf over. I honestly, for this game, I think this is a better version of the loaf in this game. Like, trying to pull vehicles with just a scout in this game, the winches feel weaker than they do in SnowRunner. To be fair, I've not tried like wedging, say, the Land Rover behind a building or something. I'm sure it will pull a vehicle to a degree, but yeah, the loaf in SnowRunner works really well because I like being able to put it on the roof of a vehicle, and then you can pack it onto the roof and like stick it there. You can put it in the sideboard, you can drag it along behind you. It's got the roof rack and fuel and everything, and being a mobile winch point and all that, but that's part of the reason I take the loaf with me. If this loaf was in SnowRunner, it wouldn't work as well for all those reasons. Like, it would now be a heavy vehicle to tow behind you. You wouldn't be able to just lift it up onto the roof. Turning circle of this tracked version is like a hell of a lot wider. Like, the loaf in SnowRunner turns like a housefly by comparison. So yeah, it just, I wouldn't, I mean, if they added this to SnowRunner, I wouldn't say no, but I could pretty much guarantee I'll prefer the SnowRunner version of the loaf to this in SnowRunner. But then conversely on this game, I can't really I could put a Land Rover on the head of the mule or whatever, but I can't pack it down or anything, so that option's kind of not that relevant at the minute. I suppose I could carry one and put it in the sideboard, but yeah, there's no fuel or repairs on this game, at least as of yet, so those reasons, like you say, yeah, it just change it to where it wouldn't really live up to it. I think they honestly did the best thing they could. They basically made a different version of a loaf that is a twin unit tracked vehicle, and yeah, it is already like my favourite vehicle in this game. It's got winches, obviously it can recall vehicles, which is nice. I don't really use it in the loaf, but you do have the object scanner if you want to. And yeah, it's got crazy amounts of torque. It seems to plough through just about anything. So I think they did just about like the best thing I could have hoped for was, as far as them adding a version of the loaf, was basically this. Bobby Kranz, exit to the hub screen and back works for me. Yeah, cheers dude, that's worked for me a week or two ago whenever it happened to me. I'm going to end the stream in a minute anyway, so I won't bother now, but yeah, that is what... Well, do you know what, I'm going to end the stream in a minute, but let's just get it on video of like seeing/proving that it will fix it up. Got my cat's been pacing around. We'll get him some dinners in a minute. He's looking at me like, yes. But the crater may be meant for later in the map after a mission cleans it up. True, possibly. I wouldn't hold my breath though from how hey, I'm on 69. Nice. From how absolute the hitboxes felt. But you never know. There's a slim chance on it. I wouldn't put money on it, but stranger things have happened. I think in general it's probably just somewhere to avoid. Or like I say, I wouldn't recommend it, but if you pour sand all over the place, that might cover everything, and all the loose concrete things that you can cash in will just kind of float up on top of the sand. But yeah, since I'm having the bug going on.
It's a nice change of pace to see a place that's not falling apart here. I guess even sinkholes know better than to open
a place that's not falling apart. That
they like taller structures.
Literally just made everything go to shit.
Radio tower that got swallowed by one. That's why they had to reactivate the old one, which we need to fix. But sometimes there's no fixing.
Yeah, that's that out. But like I say, let's see. I'm sure if I reverse, it won't take long until I get stuck on something. I think once you are past that bit though, on this flatter ground looks a little bit more reasonable, but it's getting the concrete back out that'll concern me. I reckon I could sit like in this smoky section and collect some pieces. I know I am going backwards now, it's just quicker than reversing. But yeah, I don't fancy my chances too much of getting up there. Let's see if this... Oh, it's packed the scalper away. Fucking hell, engine not running. Find 20 different ways, game, to make it not work. For a start, you spill a lot of the sand. If I can fill it up down here, that'd help, but I'm assuming it's going to say you're not on even ground. Well, that might count as even ground now. Yeah. Problem is, because I'm still on a slope, it's losing half my sand before I even get to dump it where I want to. Yeah, this is what if you really intent on coming down here. So I'm trying to turn right now, and I'm stuck on something. But again, even like you've got that house behind me, then you've got that steel pipe thing sticking up, then you've got like where that rock just pinged up, funnily enough. Like, I assume that's a solid, I know that is. I assume that thing is, yeah. It's just a very sketchy ass way to head through. I can't refill until see, I'm already sort of getting stuck again on like slightly invisible hitboxes. Yeah, I would skip it personally. Skip it, or yeah, sit here for 4 hours and fill the whole thing in. I'll read the comments, but I'll just be doing this in the background. I don't really know where I'm tipping, but we'll do it for a minute. Infomercial to help people learn faster and better. Early 90s TV between midnight and 4, when they stayed on air but didn't actually show TV program reruns. Yeah, true, you don't really get that these days, do you? I remember the old days of over here, yeah, they'd just like end the TV channel at like 3 in the morning, and it'd just be like a screen with like some I don't know, dentist waiting room music going until like 6 in the morning. But I think those days are gone. Boa and sermons. TV blocks are 30, 60, 120 in length. Yeah, I think I'll about call it a day there. One last bucket for good luck. I mean, I suppose at this point, again, I'm not going to do it, but now I've made like a ridge. There's just... It's more for the principle of it, but I wouldn't recommend it as... But yeah, then you could like build a bridge down, at least that's cut that section out. But yeah, it's one of them, if you really had the spare time and all that, you could sand it, bridge it, get down here, collect all the scrap, head back up on the bridge, but it certainly isn't going to be the most efficient way. And just, yeah, I don't like when I get caught on invisible hitboxes. It's just not a... You don't feel like you've got a fair crack at the whip at that point. You just sort of like, you're at the mercy of whatever random hitbox they put in, and clearly it's not really meant to drive down there that smoothly. The rest of the time are adverts, that's true. They do like their adverts. Yeah, again, I'll call it a day there. I appreciate everyone popping in and all the rest of it. Yeah, I should be carrying on as normal, hopefully, insomnia permitting, but I should hopefully be alright. Carrying on with videos and that, and then I'll get back to this again next week. Yeah, enjoy yourselves, whatever you get up to. Get yourself a loaf, because he's goddamn professional, and I'll be back soon. I've got to figure out how to end it again. Always like I have to learn it again every time. Alt and tab might be the one. Yeah, I'll see you later, guys.